Boy, the man, you up first. Just give it a second. Let everyone get that noti. Boy, the man, you're up first. How's the audio? Who's in here? Let everyone get that noti. Input. Open. Test audio. Test. Alright, let everyone roll in. Check the audio real quick. Yo, Sam, what's up? Let's see. Oh yeah, it's late in Brazil for you, huh? How's the audio, by the way? All the audio is good? They had you grinding all week, huh? You must be getting so good at front end working on that project you're working on. That project looks hard. How are the deadlines? Are the deadlines super tight? Yeah, I started my new job. Background. Why are you working so hard? Is it like, how are the deadlines just super tight? Oh, I see. My boss, your boss just needed it for super tight deadline, huh? Do you work for a public company or is it private? Boy, the man, you ready? Yes, sir. Okay, I'm gonna send it to you. Going on here? Looks like I'm just getting the... Yo, that's crazy. I can't believe the government is putting money into cool things like that. It's good though. Cyclops, what's up? E3, haven't heard from for 3 months, and my cook recruiter keeps saying wait. What happened? What did you already finish your interviews or what? Wait, I'm setting up the Coderpad real quick. Oh, what? How? What was the process like for E3? Like you went through the whole process already? Were you a return offer or just or a new grad? Recruiter reach out OA plus behavioral. What company is this for? Meta? They didn't have a coding interview? There wasn't a coding part? I see. How many years of experience do you have? What kind of projects to create for your resume? Dude, there's so many. I suggest just making things that you like. And that's a pretty general question because it depends also what you're trying to or where you're trying to get in. Okay, finally got the Coderpad. Yeah, anyone could drop in. Dude, for me getting into Meta, the process was literally 7 months or 6 months. It was super long. So just gotta stick it out. Even my team matching was 3 months long. It was long, man. It was long. Yo, what's it called? Boy the man, did you message me? I'll send you the Coderpad and the link on. Let me check what's up. Our first guest is a 16-year-old. Send me a message. Okay, wait. Okay, are you Roy the boy? Guys. I don't have insider info. I don't even really know the process honestly. But for me, the recruiter first reached out in November and I started in May, so November, December, January, February, March, April, May, like 7 months. Jan, what's up? And Faint, I've been good. How about you? Roy, I sent you so we can hop on. Roy, what's up?
Oh,
What's good? What's good?
fine. How about you?
I'm good. I'm good. Wait, how do you? Wait. Can you say something? Let's just make sure that the audio is good.
Testing. 1 2 1 2.
All right, perfect. Chat, how does he sound? Johnson, what's up? Audio's good. Say it again.
Testing. Testing.
Perfect. Perfect.
All right.
Is it loud or what to the people in the chat? Johnson, where's Sun Life? Is that in Canada? All right, Roy, you ready for this?
Yeah.
All right, let's get it. One sec. I'm gonna. I never did any projects. Just made up when I get. Song, what's up? Um, cool. Let's get this thing started. Hey everyone. So today we have a 16-year-old. You're only 16, right, Roy?
15.
Oh, you're 15? Okay, we got a 15
Yeah.
year old coder. Can you give us quick background on yourself?
Okay. Hello. My name is Roy Ballerhu. I am a freshman at Vernon Hills High School, and I've been doing lead code since the last 2 years.
Wow. So what
Yes.
what school or where is that? What country is that in?
It's located in the United States, Chicago,
Okay.
Illinois.
Wow.
Yeah.
So how did you get into leak code already at 15 years old? Is it is your
S-
parents into it or people at school or maybe your high school is very sciencey or no?
no. So none of my parents are known in the tech industry. They don't have much background in it. So I was just scrolling through YouTube and found a YouTube video. I think it was Nick White.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Um yeah, I just started watching him, and then I came across a video where he interviewed like people for $100 to solve
Yeah.
a coding problem. Yeah. So when I watched it, I kind of got ambitious and curious. So I just started solving leak code. I discovered a website called LeetCode and started solving it.
Wow, that's crazy. How many did you already learn? When did you learn how to code? I guess. Like, how do you just solve leak
I
code? You already probably had some background in coding then from school, or no?
a little bit. I had a coding boot camp for a few months, but other than that, I didn't have much background. I just went in without any knowledge.
Wow. How was that experience? Was it tough at first? Like, how many questions have you solved now?
Right now, I solved over 600 questions, but
Holy crap!
at first it was really hard. I didn't know the different types of data structures.
Yeah.
Half of the time, I've been solving LeetCode. I was just solving random questions, and then the other last year, I actually started organizing my problems and been more efficient since.
That's crazy. You're literally just doing leak code for fun, or are you planning to take computer science or something when you get into college?
Yes, something related to cybersecurity and computer science.
I see.
Yes.
Cool. All right, let's just get straight into it. Let's test out your skills. What language do you like to use?
Right now, I think I'll use C++. plus plus.
Okay, yeah. So, if you're not familiar, this is Coderpad, and a lot of companies use this platform in order to conduct their coding interviews. So it's an
Mm-hmm.
interactive code editor. You can see when I highlight, I can see what you highlight. I
Yes.
can see when you even leave the screen. I can see
Mm-hmm.
as you type. You can run the code and see the output on the right side.
Okay.
So it's just an interactive live editor. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna post in the question, and you're gonna solve the question like we're running a real live coding interview. I've done a ton of these in the past. Like I've been on the other side actually conducting these, so I'm gonna conduct it the same way I would conduct it back in my previous companies. How's that sound?
Oh, cool. Yeah, it sounds nice.
All right, cool. So, um, yeah, let's just find you the first question. Let's switch to
Okay.
let's switch to C++. Plus plus. Why did you decide to use C++ plus plus out of everything?
Um, I used to use Java, but I guess C++ plus plus is just more easy to use. I also do code forces.
Oh wow, how many code forces have you done? Questions.
I've been doing it the last 4 months. Right now, I think I solved over 200.
Wow, how is it compared to LeetCode?
Much more harder.
Way harder, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. I can't believe you're doing lead code questions and code forces for fun at age of 15. You're only in grade 10, right? You're a freshman in high school?
Freshman. Yes.
Wow. That is insane. Okay. Let me find you the right question. You're pretty confident with your lead coding skills?
Sort of. Um, yeah, I think so.
All right. All right, I got you the first question. I'm going to post this in. So, I'll explain it quickly. We're pretty much given a string,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like string here, a string S, and we need to return the longest substring that doesn't have duplicate characters. So you see this substring right here is ABC. This is the longest substring, and it's not ABCA because there's um, A appears twice, right? So we need to look for the longest substring, and the substring is contiguous elements side by side that are yeah, pretty much just find the longest length sequence inside of the word that doesn't have duplicate characters. I'm pretty sure, yeah, you understand it. I'll let you go ahead and read that and just ask me if you have any questions.
Um, this. Is the constraints 10 to the power of 4?
Yeah, 10 to the power of 4.
Okay. Um, okay. I think I pretty much understand it.
What are you thinking?
So right now, um, Okay, so the first thought that came into my mind was a brute force approach. Basically, I would just um try every single possible solution, right?
Yeah.
And then I would use a nested for loop. So while I'm generating every single possible substrings, I would use a hash map or an array to store the current scene characters. And then if it already contains the character using that substring, I would basically um not use it, I guess, and then move on. But looking at it now, since the constraint is 10 to the power of 4, using a nested for loop would be um TLE, I
Yeah.
think. So I think I'm going to use a two-pointer approach, basically a sliding window approach
Okay.
here.
And how would that work on like
Okay.
example one?
For example one, I would create a variable called left. I would set it to 0, and then meanwhile I would just loop through the string, and then while I'm looping, I'm gonna check if the current substring I already for loop has the character, the current character, and if it does, I would shrink the window from the left, increment my left pointer by 1, and then if it doesn't have any duplicates, I would just continue. And that's kind of my approach, I'm thinking.
Okay. Sounds reasonable. Go ahead and try to implement it.
Okay. Should I just use this? Okay. So let's first create a string s and get it as an input. And then now we're creating a new variable.
Let's assume that
Oh,
we create a function that we can just pass in like s and
oh,
yeah, a function that
okay.
takes maybe called solution, and it takes in the string s and then returns back the integer number.
Okay. So mm, do I just assume the s is already there?
Well, we're gonna call main later, like this main with like we're gonna call your function later, so just set it up
Hmm.
so that it could accept. It's a function that accepts a string. Does it make sense?
Okay. So is this fine?
Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, I would create a variable left or left pointer to be more specific. And then um, I would also create another variable called max distance, which is initially 1 because 1 is the a max. I mean the minimum length of a substring without a duplicate letter character is always 1. And then I would loop through the string using a for loop. And then before that, I'm thinking, should I use a map or an array? I think an array would be more efficient. So I would just create a vector of int um vector of s dot length and set it to 0. And then after that, oh wait, character frequency. Um, and then okay, let's just create a char storing the current character. So char, let's do per equals s at I. And then to find the index in a vector array, let's do hmm, cur index equal to cur minus a. I believe this is right. And then let's do while um character frequency. If there's a character already present in the subset, we can check it by asking if the character frequency vector is true or false. If it is, then we would increment the left pointer by one. But before we do that, we need to set the character at the left pointer to 0 because we're basically cutting that from our subset. So character freak equal add left
Mm-hmm.
pointer equals 0. Oh, SA SA equals 0. And then let's increment it. And then this while loop will end if there is no character already in that substring. So I can just set that to true. Okay, so now let's implement the maximum distance approach. So, uh,
Wait. Yep. I can still hear you. Why'd you pause? Where'd you cut out?
so right now I'm just like figuring out how I would figure out the
Okay.
maximum distance.
Okay. Sorry, I thought my Wi-Fi.
Oh, you're good, you're good.
So we
Mm,
grab current. What is this? The current
yes,
character, and we
yes,
get the current index. We say while
yes.
the character frequency
Oh,
is
true. Or let's do this.
okay. Then what we do is what is this? What? Why are we setting character frequency of the left to 0?
So basically,
I see. Okay.
yes. So we're just like cutting that from our substrings because we're not gonna use that anymore.
I see.
Yes, and then we're incrementing the left pointer, and then let's just set this equals to 0, and then um every time we get a new character, we increase it, but every time we um increment our left pointer, we decrease our current distance.
Hmm.
And then let's create a maximum distance. I shouldn't have deleted that. Okay. And then after we've finished, let's do maximum distance equal to max between maximum distance or current distance. And then at the end, let's just return the maximum distance.
Okay. Can you try dry running the code for me for a small example like this? Let's just make sure, and then, yeah, try to. You can use like the left and right pointer just so I could see how everything's going there and try
Okay,
to maintain all the different variables. Or I guess I just
okay.
care about the max distance right here.
Um, I'll just include. Should I include the left pointer and current distance?
Pardon? Say it again.
Should I include all these characters or just the max distance?
I just care about the max distance.
Okay, okay. So let's assume the bottom one is our left pointer and then the top one is our um current pointer in the for loop. So right here, um, we first when we first come here, we get the current index, which is 1. And then we increment our current distance by 1. Yes, and then after that, we check if there is already a character at the current distance, which is false because everything is set to 1. So we um increment. Oh, we set the index at the character to true, and then we update our maximum distance, which is 1 because the maximum distance was already 1 and the current distance is 1, so there's no big difference. And then we increment our right pointer by 1 also. So after this, C is basically the same process because there's no duplicate variables here.
Yeah.
So yes. And then A is also the same. So when we come to B, we check if the vector array has a character at the current index, which is true because we initially set it to 1 in the first character. So this while loop is gonna run. And then while this while loop is running, we're gonna set the left pointer to 0, which is B. So this becomes 0. And then they decrement the current distance by -1. So our current distance here was I think 4. So this becomes 3. And then we increment our left pointer, so it comes to C. And then we're gonna check again. So it turns out our current index at the character is not true. So let's keep continuing. When we increment our right pointer again, we check if there is another value present. It is. So we do the same thing. Set it equals to 0, increment our left pointer
Okay.
by 1,
Can we try running it
and
through some
then
examples to just make sure it works? It looks good, but run it through some
okay.
test cases.
I'm not sure why this is giving there.
Yeah, run it through some test cases. Give me some. You're back. S dot length. Do you see the issue? The or do you see the error message at the right?
Yes.
It's yeah.
Mm.
What is it?
Mm, I'm not sure. What is this giving there? Should I just put this in a new function?
I think. Wait. It's like the way you're calling it. How do you usually call it? I never had to use C++. I think you need a separate function for this code and call this
Yes.
inside main. Yeah, you have to create main.
Yes.
Oh, I see, I see. Because you
Oh,
just wrote it straight in main. And
yes.
main is just going to run. Okay, I see, I
Yes.
see. I see.
Just do.
Yeah, main takes no args. Let's see if this runs now.
Okay, let's run this. Oh, okay. This was a string. Okay. Okay.
I think it's complaining more about the for loop, yeah.
Complaining about the for loop.
Yeah. It says integer expression again signed. So s dot length. So with the comparison of I and s dot length. I don't use C++, so I don't know what's complaining about. Maybe.
Mm,
What's this guy? Or do you have to call size, not length?
I think you call it length.
This.
Yes, it is. Oh, let's just.
You said warning is fine. I think you just need to input a string. It's just a warning. Like, actually
Oh,
print out the result now.
okay.
Yeah, I see.
I think it's printed
Where?
here. I'm printing it.
You look like you're in an infinite loop. Yeah,
Mm,
your code's an infinite loop.
okay. What is wrong? Um, okay, let's do. It's probably with the while loop, I think.
Yeah, there's a bug there.
Yes.
Um,
Okay, wait. Um,
like where would you be? Let's see. Is this infinite looping right there?
break. Semicolon.
Right, S dot length. What's going on here?
Uh,
What's S here? Did you set S or no?
this
Oh,
string.
it's because you didn't type. You need to type in. What is this S in? Is it waiting for something? Why don't you just define the string S like this? Like,
Oh,
yeah. Like what's going on here? There you go.
okay. Wait,
It returned. It returned three
three.
as the. That's not the right
Right.
result. Yeah, this three is not the right result for this right here. Oh, return two now. Let's see. Let me run this through my. Let's get lead code to test it for you.
Okay.
It looks good from what I see, but I need to verify. Oh, you're getting some overflows. Let's see. Did you import character frequency? Where did you get that?
Um, I just created a vector.
I see. Oh, okay, that's the name. Wait. It's complaining about. Try easy.
Mm,
It's breaking on AZ. Yeah, because there's you see that error? It's to do with the memory.
okay. At this point, I might have just do it in Java because I think it will work.
Okay, no problem. Let's just move on to the next question then.
Okay.
Let me. Yeah, it looks like it would work in most cases, but need to debug. There's like some.
Yes.
Holy crap! It tweaked. That's the one thing about C++. But you see the issue, right? It's saying something about. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, you had a bug here. You're initializing the vector with s dot length instead of 26 because the vector is supposed to contain for.
Oh, right.
There you go. Let's see.
Okay.
You fix that on leak code. I need to learn C++ because everyone keeps using this. All right, it's
Yeah,
work.
it's supposed to be easy.
Okay, it just doesn't work for the empty string.
Okay. In each case.
Let me see. Let me just fix that on here. Yeah, it's just the edge case.
Or you could just set the maximum distance
More.
to 0.
Dude, the edge cases here really annoying. What if the what is this? S consists of oh, I think you initialized it to characters, but this thing could take in English letters, digits, symbols, and spaces. So that's why you can't just use a
Oh,
vector. Okay, well we'll move to. You have to use like a hash map or something to count the
yes, yes.
frequencies. Um,
Yeah.
let's see. Let's move on to the next question. Yeah, the tricky one.
Okay.
But you got it for alphabetical characters. Let me find you
Okay.
question two. 256 size vector alpha code. You're crazy, man. What's the fun in copying and pasting into ChatGPT? Like the whole question? Yeah, the problem is when you're in an actual interview and you misunderstood the question, you think it's easy and then you just go with it, and all of a sudden you go the
Yes.
wrong direction.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm gaining experience.
Yeah, you're doing good.
Yes. This is like my first time being in an interview.
Oh yeah, just the error. That's what I did right here. We have an AI coding assistant here,
Oh,
but yeah, that so now you never have to leave the code editor.
okay.
All right, we're gonna move on to the next question.
All right.
So we're gonna use the same format here. But this is the second question. I'm gonna post it in here. So we're pretty much getting we're gonna be given a grid. We're gonna
Mm-hmm.
be given a gold mine, and we need to figure out. Let's see. We're given an M by N gold mine. Each cell in the mine could tells us how much gold is in that cell. So if we're given a
Okay.
grid like this, right?
Right.
So let's look at the first one. That's the first. That's the every cell has. So this one has 6 gold. The middle one
Mm-hmm.
has 8. So what you want to do is you want to start you want to figure out what's the path that will yield the most amount of gold if you take that path. And you can't pretty much you have to pick one spot to start at, and then you
Mm-hmm.
need to visit the neighbors and try to collect as much gold as possible, right? But you can't visit the
Okay.
same cell more than once. So for
Ornaments.
example, the best path here is 987, right? But you can't go backwards. You can't go 987 then back and then to 6. You just have to pick 987 and you're done.
Can I go 9, 8, 7, 0, and 6?
No, you
Oh,
have to. You can never visit a cell with 0
okay.
gold.
All right. Um,
So let me see. So
is
these are
there
the
a constraint?
conditions. Yeah, you can visit the same. You can't visit the same cell. Paul, what's up? No, these are pretty much the constraints. Actually, I'll share the constraints because you're curious.
Okay, 15. So from what I understand, we basically have a grade of gold, and then we have the ability to choose any way we want. So we start from there and then start collecting the gold, but we can't visit the same cell twice, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what are the different
Um.
options with this grid? Well, we can pick six. We can do 6, 8, 7. That'll yield us 23 gold or 21 gold, or we can go 6, 8, 5, or we can go 6, 8, 9, right?
Mhm.
Or we can go like just 6, 8, or we can start at 8, 7, 8, and then go to 7, 8. Like, but pretty much we have to go one path, and we can't visit the same node more than once.
Okay. Um. So the first things uh that's coming to my head is basically a DFS approach.
Mm-hmm.
So um since I can start from any path, of any cell, I would first loop through each cell and then do a DFS
Uh
on
huh.
that cell. And then basically I would call the function on the neighbor cells and then pick the maximum it returns. And I since I can't revisit visit the cell more than once, I think I'll use the vector array to store the cells I visited already. And then if it turns out I already visited that cell, I would just end the path. So yeah,
Wait, could you explain
that's
it again? Like you're gonna do a DFS?
I'm gonna do a DFS on every cell
Mm-hmm.
and then have a Boolean array that shows whether I visited this cell or not. So I can make sure I don't visit the cell more than once.
Okay, how would we? So we DFS from 6 right here. That would be one.
Yes.
And then how would that work? It would explore what path?
It would
Like,
basically explore all the neighbor paths. So it would explore 0, 8, but since we can't, the cell 0 is not allowed, so this is not going to return anything. And then we would visit 8, and then the 8 will visit 5 and 7, and then it would also visit a 9, and then we would get the maximum of these paths, which is 9, and then we would basically return the sum. But
okay, okay. So what if there is like a 10 here? How's what's gonna be the answer now?
um, okay.
Like, how is a DFS gonna work here?
So it would still go through every cell, and then hmm,
Like the answer here would probably be 6, 8, 7, 10, 9, or something.
I think the answer will be 6, 8, 9, and 10.
What about 7? It's like what if the
Hmm.
path wrapped around like that?
Okay, so oh, okay. So if I do a DFS straight away, I would basically like restrain some of the other paths. So I think I'm gonna use a backtracking approach. So every time I visit a cell, I backtrack it so every path will be visited. So here it would start from 6, it goes to 8, and then it would probably go to 7 or 5, and then 7 um and 9 would both go to 10, and then um if it goes to 7, 7 would go to 10, and then 10 would go to 9. So I think that would give all of 4 of these
Okay.
numbers.
Because
Right.
you didn't want to mark it as seen if you got
Yes,
to 10 because then it won't even be able to visit that, right? And wouldn't give us the right result.
yes, yes.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. So you're gonna do a backtracking algorithm on every single node.
Um, I think,
Yeah,
yeah, for now, I think I'll do a backtracking
makes
approach on
sense.
every
All
single node.
right, go ahead and implement that. I think the solution sounds good to me.
Okay, so basically, um, let's just suppose we get uh, a vector array called array, and then let's do, yes. Okay, on this function f, let's create a DFS function. Actually, let's just use this function f as a DFS, and then this would be given a 2D grid array, and then the current location I and j, and then the Boolean array I'll visit it. So from here, let's first check the base cases. Let's check if I is less than 0 or I is greater or equal to array dot. Oh, let's create a variable n and m to track the size of the array, and
And
then let's check.
for a time check, we have 10 minutes left on coding, so
Okay,
gotta go
okay,
fast.
so if I is less than 0 or I is greater or equal to n, or j is less than 0 or j is greater or equal to n, we would return 0. And oh, also, if array at I and j equal to 0, or it's already visited. And then after this, let's do call the function on, I mean, let's just first mark this node as visited. So already array at I, j equal to 1, and then let's create a variable called up equals CFS at array at +1, j visited, and m string down equal DFS array. Oh, this is I minus 1. Okay. Just do the same for left and right. And then let's mark this as unvisited at the end. Um, yes. So, and then after that, at the end, we are going to return the maximum values we collected from the path plus the current goal we're sitting on. So return ij plus max between um up, on, left, and right. Here, rate the visited Boolean array. Oops.
What is this? Oh, you're building out the vector.
Yes. Okay. Mm.
When it comes
X, are you there? Are you at Meta? Yo, that guy's too famous. How do you even get a hold of him? No way. Yo, look me up. Did you look me up yet? That's so funny. Are you an intern? Say less. That's so. What level are you like? Oh, you're an intern, or you've been working there, or are you full time?
Okay. Can I just test this on LeetCode? Because usually in like code forces there would be a boundary like n or n to show the length of the array. Because if I just do array dot size here, I think it would
Well,
be
we could just pass in an n by n then. Let's just do that. Let's just pass in an n.
okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do for this. This is 5 and 3.
Is that your graduation year, 2026?
Can I ask the AI assistant to like
Yep. Go ahead.
generate a vector? Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead. Spam that AI assistant. We got 5 minutes left.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember you. Yeah, I remember you. Okay, one problem here is I don't think you need to add like plus one here, no? Or
I thought it was just the gold.
oh yeah, because you're already collecting the gold. Sorry, my bad. Oh yeah, you're doing it
Yes.
right here. You're here. Perfect.
Let's do 5
You're
plus
smart,
plus.
man.
I'm still improving. Okay, so I'll just give.
Just see out the answer at the end.
Okay,
The final answer.
J. Oh,
They're trying to cook me on the long weekend. What's happening here? Okay, you're trying to get the max. Okay,
mm,
sounds good. And you're already good at hitting the prompt. I like that. You're already good at using
okay.
GPT. That's crazy. You're gonna grow up using GPT already. When did you
That's
start?
the
Or I'll ask you this after. Go ahead. Just go
stuff.
first. What's the
Okay.
issue now?
It's giving error when I create a 2D Boolean array. I can just do int. Really supposed to be bool. Okay.
You need to see out the answer.
Okay.
Answer 28. It's off by four.
Oh,
Oh no.
it's right, I think.
Yeah, you're right. Nice. How do you think you did?
Okay.
How was that for you?
The first question, I probably would have got it. I don't know. I wasted a lot of time figuring out the bug. But yeah, overall, I think I needed to improve on my thought process and be more engaged with you. But yeah, I think this was a good ex a learning experience for me.
Nice. Yeah. No, honestly, I think you did really good. Problem solving skills, very good. I think the one thing to just improve on is just having the syntax down for C++ faster. Because the issues that you ran into were C++ related things. It's
Yes.
like, so for the first question, I think just getting the main function to run with the, and then passing in the input, and then printing out the output. That part, you, yeah, that part took a little bit more time than needed. And there's other
Yes.
language specific things that slowed us down. But I think with the
Mm-hmm.
problem solving skills, you're good. I would just make sure to be able to write these algorithms completely from scratch because that's what you have to do in an interview. and
Mm-hmm.
just figure out how to debug it, the language specific stuff faster. But other than that, no, I
Mm-hmm.
think you did actually really good. You solved
Thank
most of the
you.
questions optimally.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, good luck. Maybe we can,
Okay.
yeah, we'll run this again at a different time. Keep on practicing. Are you gonna try to get to like 1,000 questions or what?
Yeah, I'm pushing. I'm pushing.
All right. Nice. Nice to meet you.
Hopefully a dollar. All
Thanks for
right.
hopping
Thank
on.
you.
No problem. All
Yes.
right. See ya.
Pleasure. Okay. Bye.
See ya. Yo, that was crazy. 15-year-old. He bodied that. Yeah, I literally don't know what I was doing at 15 years old. Yo, that's facts. All right, who's next? Who's next? Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna do some code. I'm gonna do some CV reviews real quick on y'all. Yo, just hop in the voice chat. Hop in the voice chat on the. Hop in the lounge. Hop in the lounge. Jan, what's up?
Yo, what's good?
Wait, let me test the audio.
Can you hear me?
Say something.
One, two, three.
Wait, let me test. Test. Say something.
One, one, two, three.
Perfect. Perfect.
All right.
All right, you got your resume ready? Wait one sec.
Yeah. Where should I drop it?
Hold
I
up.
don't know how you guys anonymize the PDF file.
Just send it and
So I
I'll
tried this
figure out.
texture. All right.
Wait, let me get some water. Give me a sec.
Okay.
So who's trying to? Okay, Aram, I got you next. For who we got? Cyclops, you hopping in too? Let me grab some water. Give me a second. Give me a second. All right. Audio. Could you hear JN properly too?
I can say something for a test.
Nice, nice. Y'all can hear him. Chat. Probably. All right. We're gonna start this up. So yeah, I think in this session we have a few people lined up to just talk about their or want to get resume advice. So first up we got JN. you give a background of yourself and what kind of companies you're trying to land at, and then we could guide the feedback towards this. It's gonna be a resume review session for do this for an hour or so.
Okay, so my name is, I guess, JN. You can call me Java. I'm based at Europe, at Eastern Europe. I work at a top manufacturing company as a data engineer at this moment.
Nice.
Trying to switch to software engineer at FANG company. Uh, yeah, mostly targeting FANG. Been prepping for like six months so far, grinding some lead code. Generally SV, like generally SVE, trying to land in the back end. So I'm trying to kind of switch the careers and yeah, I would need to get some advice on what to do, where to tweak
Nice.
my CV. So yeah.
Did you already send me your resume? Where is it?
Um, Not yet, but I can send you.
Yeah, send it.
Okay.
Paul, we got another data engineer. So you're based in Eastern Europe?
Yeah,
Is FANG companies operating there, hiring there?
yeah, actually a lot.
Nice, yeah. FANG companies love Eastern Europe or hiring in Europe.
Yeah, cheap labor, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know, they pay all good too, bro. I think it's the people that are
Yeah,
really smart, honestly. I noticed with the
yeah,
algorithms and
probably.
stuff.
Oh, I can't attach my. Okay, I'm gonna drop in Google Drive. Sorry for a sec.
Yeah, I'll message you. Oh, they pay 60K in Poland?
60K in Poland?
I don't even know. If that's USD, can't you live like a king in Poland for that much?
That's true. That's pretty true.
It's like
But
the
you
cost
you
of
pay a lot
living.
of taxes. Taxes are high as well. So if you're on B2B, that must be good. But if it's like on a full-time contract, usual contract, where
Where do you live in
pretty
Eastern
much
Europe?
I live in Poland as well.
Oh wow, nice. I have a bunch of
Yeah.
Polish friends. Are you Polish?
No, I'm not
Oh, okay,
Polish. I'm studying here. I
nice.
just
Yeah.
finished studies and working.
What's a good salary there in USD?
I think top notch would be 60, 65K.
How much do you have to pay in rent? Like, what are the rent prices?
Depends on the flat. There are like some fancy flats for 5K if you want per month, but usually it would be around 1,000 or 1,500 if you're living like with family. But if you're alone with a one room, it's like 1K.
1K, and you could afford a 1K rent only being paid 60K a year? Uh,
Yeah.
that sounds like already pushing it a bit. Because after tax, I don't know what the tax rate is.
Yeah,
But
the life is a bit frugal here.
yeah, like after,
What-
or the other things aren't expensive. The non. Nice, send me your resume.
I
Did
sent you
I,
a picture. I don't know. I couldn't attach the PDF.
did I review your resume before or no?
No, no, no.
In the US, you could be making like 200K and you're still not good. Nah, people just get greedy. Okay, you have your name here. Let's take a look at this. I'm just looking at the. You have your work experience. You have your education. So you
Yeah.
graduated in 2024.
Yes.
So the first thing I would do is I would probably drop my education after my work experience, because now that you're a seasoned, you're a experienced developer, that matters more than your education. So the first thing I would want to see is where you've worked. If you've already graduated, it's gonna be, well, it's only been a year, but so it's not as bad. But over the years, pretend for me, it wouldn't even make sense to show my education first. They mostly care where I worked first, because I've already been working in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
So what I
Okay.
would do is you want to order your resume in the way that you think recruiters or the recruiters want to see it. So I think it would be better if you put your work experience, then maybe your projects, education, then skills, or you could do work experience, education, then projects. But I think
Mm-hmm.
yeah, um, the work experience is the most important part though. That's what I'm saying. Move it up to the top. Let's like look through your data points. So you're data engineer from 7/20/24. Okay, these are good. I'm just looking at the. I like your format. These link out into GitHubs and stuff.
Yes.
Okay, what kind of roles are you trying to land? Oh, you said Fang companies?
Yeah, I'm saying Fang. I don't know. It could be a data engineer at Fang or some graduate SV1.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. We'll see. Let's start. Paul, take a look at this guy's resume too, because I know you're a data engineer. So, you optimized ETL performance pipelines by 30%, processing 10 terabytes of data monthly by designing efficient Azure Databricks pack with dynamic partitioning. Okay, this is good. How did you actually do this though? If you're allowed to talk about it, by designing efficient. Like, how did you make
Oh,
the
so
pipeline efficient? Did you optimize it
okay.
or did you build it from scratch?
I had to there was a like there's always a main pipe that runs daily at the morning in the like every morning. So I optimized that pipe. Um, it wasn't that much pretty optimized because no one knew PySpark that much. No one tuned the data.
Mm-hmm.
So I implemented some like logic to partition the data based on some logic. That's really hard to
Yeah.
explain what the logic is, but yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Mhm.
Um, reduce manual interventions by 30%, enabling 24/7 data integration by automating workflows across distributed systems using Azure Data Factory. Let me need to mute.
That's just some manual. Like there was a lot of manual task for by ops people to prevent some, I don't know, when ETL fails at night, they had to go and do some stuff. I created some logic for that
So
as
reduce
well.
manual
So
intervention by enabling 24/7 data integration by automating. Boosted team productivity by 40%, saving 200 plus man hours by month by developing automated reporting solutions in Azure for 5 plus departments. Ensured 99.9% pipeline uptime and prevented data loss at scale. Okay, this is really good stuff so far. This is really good.
mhm.
We're like working inside of your role of getting finding parts in the system and optimizing it and like build bringing value to the team. Decrease.
Mhm.
Okay, so you want to switch sort of into SWE, like become a software engineer.
Yes, actually, I really wanted to be a software, but I landed in ML. And then I somehow tried to transition to SVE, but we didn't have any roles, so they gave me data engineer because that was the most like kind of a closer to software. I don't know.
Yeah,
And yeah,
I see. How? When did you graduate? 2024.
yeah, 2024 July.
Yeah. So ensured 99% pipeline uptime and prevented data loss at scale through the implementation of robust monitoring. Okay. So decreased manufacturing. Okay. First off, in your bullet points are already really good. You show the metric that you optimized. You're showing, and you're giving me good context on how you did it, and it's quantifiable. I don't know. I wouldn't change anything in these bullet points.
Mm-hmm.
Decrease manufacturing scrap by 30%, saving 50K a year by deploying machine learning model in Python using scikit-learn. Enhance model accuracy by 20%, providing real-time. I think all of your bullet points are really good. The part that I'm thinking more about right now is have you ever led a project that like a project in the company so far? Like right now the examples I think are you're optimizing, or these are like more technical projects. Have you led any like product initiatives or any like pretend the company to do a launch? Did you help like spin up a new product line, build out a new API, build out a new system or anything like that to like
Actually,
expand the business?
yeah, that's a good question. Actually, yeah, like I'm starting a new project by May, right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't finish the project yet, but I should finish it by the end of fiscal year, which is like July.
Mm.
So yeah, by then maybe I'll have something like it.
Okay, yeah. Because I think that will help complement this as well. Because okay, yeah, you're taking things that's already existing, and making sure it's really good, and driving a lot of technical improvements for the team. But some of these fan companies want also people who drive new product lines or new areas of business. So showing you have experience on that is good as well. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Because
sure.
also with the product features or the product related things, it also shows you can work across non-technical team too. So you could work with product managers, designers, go to market, all these different functions in order to get something out. And a lot of times, like all of these systems that you're working on, the reason why these systems are in place are to drive the business forward. And there are actual products that use this infrastructure, right? Like what's the product that
Mhm.
uses this stuff that's it's built on? Like all this infrastructure you're working on, what's the product that uses it? I'm just curious. If you're allowed to
Uh,
talk, if not, then it's all good.
it's for people. Whatever I can say is that it's for the business decision. Let's say. Uh,
Yeah,
I don't know.
I see. I see
Okay. Paul was
backend.
saying data analysts.
Oh, this is for data
No,
analysts. Oh, so this is
no,
for. Okay, yeah.
no.
Okay. Backend developer built scalable backend services to support 5,000 users by developing RESTful APIs and backend systems using Python and Django. Optimize database interaction, reducing response times by 15% and improving user experience. Implemented secure OAuth based onto the. Okay.
That's pretty some basic stuff, I
Yeah.
guess.
No, I think it's really good technical, but then I'm just trying to figure out like what projects have you led or done in the past that. So when you say build scalable backend services, it's like was this for a
Yeah.
specific project or is it this? For example, I also built like a REST API. But in my resume, the reason we built that REST API was because we had this like front end we wanted to launch our company globally. So the first startup that I worked at was called Nova Credit, which helped transfer credit credit history from people's home country into the US. So initially we just had a full widget. It was like an iframe and we controlled both the front end and the back end. So in order to launch globally, we need to complete. We had a bunch of customers who wanted to launch with us, but they wanted to control the front end experience. So we couldn't just ship them our widget that controls both the front end and back end. We had to build. We essentially had to take our back end and make it public. So we had to build out a public API, and yeah, we use like RESTful APIs in order to hit those. And then yeah, we had to kind of redesign the whole API for it to be public, and we let pretty much all of our partners that who want to control the front end experience just hit those APIs instead. So that was sort of the overall initiative with actually building that API. And in my resume, I
Mhm.
talk about it as like I helped the company expand globally by building these RESTful APIs. Essentially, like I worded it
Mhm.
something like that. So it kind of talks about the reason I did it and the impact on the company versus just saying that you built RESTful APIs kind of thing.
Mhm. Yeah,
Does that
makes
make
sense.
sense or
It's
no?
just Yeah, yeah, you're showing the business value, yeah? Or
Yeah, exactly.
like, yeah.
So for example,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, pretend there's like some L or some machine learning engineer, and they're talking about and they're helping train GPT-4 or the llama models. If they were just talking about very specific things that they did, and I didn't know that they were actually helping drive the GPT-4o model, or the new llama model, I feel like they're losing out a bit, because if I knew all of those things that they're working on underneath were to help drive that launch, I think it'll hold a bit more weight, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, makes
Yeah,
sense.
that's kind of. Are you able to get interviews with this resume so far?
Uh, I don't know how to say, but to be honest, not that much. I've applied a lot. I didn't hear much. Everyone's ghosting. Only Amazon reached out. And in the middle of the interviews, like we need to schedule the next step, but they're ghosting me, so I
Wow.
have no idea what's happening.
Oh, that's annoying. Okay, let's see. But I think you have good experience. I would just say more. It depends on what you want to do, but I think having more business context there would be a little bit better. But I feel like you just started, so you have a
Hmm.
really solid resume. Honestly, the main thing I would say is career advice is just, yeah, just positioning yourself into building out things for the company that you're working for that's gonna help advance your career. And a lot of those things are launching new product lines or working on the high priority things for the company. Um, yeah, if that makes
All right.
sense. So, with every company, there's new product lines. Even with your own team, there's new initiatives that need to get done. And yeah, try to take those on and show that you can deliver on those and bring value to the company, kind of thing.
Yeah, and how would you add this business value thing as a first bullet point, like an overall, or how would you do that?
I just incorporated it inside of my bullet points. So in my bullet points, it'll be like, help the company go global with by building out this API, right? Help the company launch in Singapore. What's it called? Help the company expand to larger customers by doing X. There's just
Hmm.
different things like that. Like,
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's a good point. I didn't think of that.
but you don't need every bullet point like that, right? But
Yeah, I'm thinking only the first ones, maybe.
yeah, yeah, like some of them you need some of them that just show like you help the. Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
like right now, your bullet points are really good though, but it's hard to see. It's hard for me to understand the bigger picture of why you're doing all of these kind of things. It's like, okay, what's the
Hmm.
now that your ETL pipeline is really good? What was this ETL pipeline used for? Like, what system was it powering? So maybe even
Hmm.
talking about optimize our ETL pipeline performance for notifications or something. And then the moment you say notifications, that's a big part of the company and every like, very important part of the company. Or optimize our ETL pipeline for our like like a very specific system. Like if you actually said the system, it provides more context on what it is. Because now, okay, you optimize the ETL pipeline performance, but it could be some
Right.
random ETL pipeline that's not really used, or I can't tell how critical it is or how like useful it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a lot of ambiguity. Yeah.
yeah, I think so. Cause yeah, you optimize the ETL pipeline, but what was the ETL pipeline for? Like, what was it? Yeah, what was the ETL pipeline for? That's kind of what I would try to say there too.
Hmm. Makes sense. To be honest, what I thought is that maybe my projects are weak. I don't know. People look into the project. Do people look into the projects when I have experience?
I think people look at the projects, especially if you're working at startups. I remember some startups I interviewed for. one of their interview questions would literally be, "What was your favorite side project?" So, I think people care about your projects. Let's look at your projects. You built a DAG inspired by Airflow,
My
exposed
projects
REST
are weak.
APIs. I don't think they're weak. They're good. You've worked on projects. If I click on them, it'll lead to it. You built like a front
Hmm.
end. One thing you're also missing is like with some of your projects here, like what
Hmm.
where did you deploy them or something? Like what technologies did you use to deploy? Were they all just on AWS or Azure
It was on all Azure, yeah.
or okay. Honestly, I don't think your projects are bad. I think this resume will get you a lot of interviews even just as it is. Like the things that I said were kind of minor, but you just only have less than a year of experience. So
Hmm. Okay, so just move on and just gather some experience and yeah.
gather some experience and yeah, with everything you do, really focused on like work with your manager to find good projects for you to that's gonna help you build up your resume.
Mm. Okay. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah. Any other questions on that?
Yes. What is the, I don't know. I'm trying to switch into backend engineering,
Yeah.
and I switch my roadmap, let's say every month, because this guy says learn Java, this guy says, I don't know, learn JavaScript and build backend with that, because that's how you get employed. Like, why is everyone advising me different stuff? What on what I should focus on? What would you say?
I would say like what's the difference between building a Python backend and one in Express? Like all of the underlying things are very similar. Even now I'm building it in Hack. It's like all the same principles kind of apply. I would take one,
Hmm.
probably Python and Django, honestly, because Python and Django, Python is only going to be used more and more because of AI. So just being able to really know Python makes you pretty employable. Honestly,
Okay.
it it all depends on where you're from. In San Francisco, I think learning Python, Django, or Node.js and Express probably will allow you to interview for at least all the startups literally use one of those stacks. I've never seen a brand new startup using Java backend with Java Spring. I've never seen that yet here in the Bay Area. So honestly, I would focus on Python, Django. I would focus
Hmm.
on either Python and Django and Express on Node, TypeScript, whatever, and just
Hmm.
dive deep into it. I mean, start with basic HTTP REST APIs, and then just take it further and figure out the different ways to deploy it. You could have serverless functions. You could just deploy it on like a EC2 instance. You could you could deploy it in so much different ways. You could do like Kubernetes, and then see those are all infrastructure level things. Like when you use serverless functions, it could be Python, Java, whatever, right? That's why I'm just saying you don't really need to care about Python or what language because I've already had to do backends in four different languages and all of the principles are pretty much the same. There's just a slight tweak based on the programming language because some programming language have nice features. But I think once you understand the basics and go deep, you'll be able to just do whatever language it takes at any company, honestly. So I wouldn't never jump between programming language. I think it's not really as important as what programming language. The most important part is the principles you know. Do you know how REST APIs work, right? Are you good at
Hmm.
data modeling? I would say even the database stuff is more important than the language you choose. Do you know how to use SQL? Do you know how to use NoSQL? Do you know how to optimize queries in those languages? Do you know how to data model in SQL versus NoSQL? Do you know the client server, like how the client servers interact? Different things like that. Do you know how to cache? You know what I mean? Like those are things that are more important. And I would just look at things at a high. I wouldn't like dig into specific technology. Like I wouldn't dig into Redis cache, right? Because that's just the implementation detail. But just understanding how a cache is used in order to speed up your your system goes a long way, and like when and where to use it. So I think those are the parts that you should focus on. I think especially when you have a lot more experience, like the programming language you use never doesn't really matter at all. You don't even look at the code as a specific language. You're just looking at the system as in terms of like different pieces.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, that's a good advice.
Yeah, I would just take one and go all the way through. Francis, what's up?
Okay, okay,
Alpha, what
that's
are you?
good.
Alpha, you're in the chat too. You're in the lounge. What'd you say? Ram, what's up?
Hey, hi Jake.
What's up? Are
Hi
you
James, right?
experienced grad too? Like you've already
Yeah,
graduated?
experience. I have around 3 years of experience. So,
Nice. Where are you interviewing at?
and so yeah, I actually worked with one of the FANG companies previously.
Nice.
I worked with Amazon.
Nice.
I'm from India, and I've been part of layoff after 1 year working from there.
Mm-hmm.
So the huge layoffs happened a year back.
Damn.
So then I joined some startup. Now I'm trying to go back to family.
Yeah. Do you already have a FANG interview already? Did you say you already was doing like Meta or something?
Yeah. I had with interviews with Stripe,
Nice.
Rippling, and Meta.
Nice.
Stripe, I bottled in 1 round. So I got negative feedback in 1 round. So yeah, got rejected. I'm done with Rippling rounds. So most probably I'm super positive about it. So all of my interviews looked very impressed. So yeah, expecting an offer. And Meta, I have interview for next month 10th. So looking like and Meta interviews for Meta London. So yeah, I'm really looking for it. So I would be moving out of India.
They're gonna move you out?
Yeah. I'm giving interview for Meta London.
Wait, where are you gonna move?
UK.
Oh,
Giving for
nice.
London.
Yeah. So, what do you think about learning? Like, which language did you learn, or do you agree also? It's like, don't even just focus on one. It's not really that important on.
Yeah, I actually give all my interviews in C++. It doesn't matter actually.
Nice.
As long as you are confident and good with one language and you basics of it. So 90% of principles will be same in almost all the languages. So yeah, I prefer going in depth in one language and peripherals of other than jumping around.
Okay. Ramin, you wanted a coding interview after this, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just gonna
Yeah,
do
it's fine.
a quick review on Cyclops right now. He just hopped on the voice. Cyclops, you wanna send me your resume? Just
Yo, yeah. Thanks again, by the way.
no problem, of course. Can you give a
Um,
background on yourself again? Like where you're trying to get into, just so it gives us context for the resume review.
yeah, so right now I'm just trying to, well, I'm a grad student right now,
Nice.
in Jersey, and I'm just trying to land, I guess, some target companies that I'm trying to shoot for right now for like internships is like Datadog or like MongoDB.
Wait, you're the Stevens Institute or
So
something
yeah,
like
I'm
that?
Stevens,
Okay,
yeah,
okay, okay.
the Stevens guy.
Nice.
Yeah, so
I
that's
thought I
like
looked at your resume
more or
once.
less some
Okay, did
background.
you send it to me?
I'm doing it right now. I got it. I like anonymized it and everything.
Yeah.
So it should
Did I
be
get
fine.
you on the? Oh, I asked you that one question that was
That toxic
annoying.
question.
Yeah, that was
Yeah. Yeah. I ended up solving it
nice.
that same day, but it took me like a few hours
Did it
actually.
make sense after you read it?
it did make sense, and God, I mean, yeah, I probably wouldn't have figured it out like on the spot, to be honest, but it's okay.
Yeah, next perm. I hate that question.
Yeah, yeah, the next parameter, the worst.
All right, let's read this. Paul, you're toxic, man. Trying to lynch that question.
Yeah, I see him in chat. It's diabolical. Crazy.
All right, okay, let's take a look at this. So, software engineer, you say your city, you say your number, your email, your LinkedIn. You have your own personal website?
Yeah, I do.
Do these actually link to when you click it? It goes into your
Yeah.
LinkedIn? Okay, perfect.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
So, you talk about your master's, expected graduation. Damn, you finished school that quick, huh? Your bachelor's?
Actually, I
years?
graduated late. I finished it. My bachelor's I finished in 5 years. I like started 2018. So
Oh, okay.
I ended late my bachelor too.
Oh, okay.
It's like
It
a year
said
late.
20. Okay, the way I put in my resume is when I put my start day and end day. I don't know because I don't know if that matters here though. Let's see.
I've always read up that like you should just always put your expected date or your like ending date, but you should never put your start date. I don't know.
see. Okay.
Just because like I guess like some psychological thing like I don't want them to know
I
that like I
graduated
finished
long
late.
too. I finished long too, but I
Yeah.
was doing like I took like 6 years to graduate.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, software intern. So, these bullet points are exactly how you had it, right? You didn't.
Yeah.
So build admin. I think it's just say built. Right?
So it's like so I just started this week that internship that you're looking at right now. So it's like that's the task that I'm doing like presently. So in terms of like action verbs, like I assume that I should be using present tense since
Okay.
I'm currently doing it. But I don't know how that would work kind of. Yeah.
I see.
It's kind of like that whole section, like the internship section, is like in the works because since I just started this week, so it's kind of like I'm like changing it around every now and then still, um, just to make it make sense.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Let me read this.
yeah,
So, build admin panel authentication system and database schemas for healthcare platform serving doctors and patients, working directly with VP of Engineering to establish foundational user management infrastructure. I would just say building an admin or something like that. Like as you're working on it right now, maybe.
okay,
Like building an ad. I think that red reads a little bit, or like instead of developing role based permissions and secure API endpoints. Okay, I think this is a really good. Honestly, when I'm looking at the experience, it's looking good. I think it. The way I like to see resumes is it. I like to see. Wait, what was I saying? I like to see like the business context, and I think you show that well. So you're developing role-based permissions, secure API endpoints, enabling scalable user access control across multiple user types in healthcare software, connecting medical professionals with patients. So what I would say is, yeah, right now you could have it present tense, as in you're like right now you're building, or right now you're developing, because right
okay,
now
yeah,
it's what tense is this? Is like pretense, like you're gonna build.
yeah. Just like where I was just like it didn't make sense at first either, but I just kept it. But yeah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna change it to
I would.
building. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be like this is what I'm doing right now, and okay, maybe we can building for. So what I'm thinking here is with a lot of these things, you want to include metrics. You want to quantify it. So when you're building this authentication system, like how many people is this authentication service gonna service? Like how big? What's the scale of this system that you're building?
So right now, so like as far as I'm concerned, like for the company that I'm interning at, like the product is still like in development, so it's not even like public yet. So but I guess like just based off the context of the product, like of like it's supposed to like help doctors connect with patients and then vice versa. I guess like I can kind of like assume a number in that sense, since I don't have like a concrete like user count on the product yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see.
I don't know, like if you think like should I just like kind of assume a number based off the context of the product, or
I
what do
don't
you
think
think I should do?
it's that serious right now. I think I can't think of anything right now, but you're building an admin panel. What is this? What does that mean? What's an admin panel authentication system?
So well, the admin panel is just kind of like so I guess like they can go in and they can kind of like edit users' information, remove users. It's just kind of like an interface to do like all that instead of like having to go into like the actual database and like change it like yeah in the table
Okay, so
or like any of that stuff.
it's like an
Yeah,
admin portal or admin view that
yeah, like a
allows them to
portal. Yeah.
or admin dashboard, something like that. Not a dashboard that just displays data, but like a admin console. I don't know. They call in AWS they call it like a console or something. But essentially, it allows admins to go in and modify the system, like the
Okay.
database.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
even know. I think that's not important. I think the main thing here is we should just say building and developing.
Yeah. I'm actually so like on my end right now, I'm like actively making changes like as we go
Nice.
through it. So yeah.
Let's see.
Okay.
What's this like? The line here is a bit weird. It's breaking for experience, but taught weekly lab sessions for 20 plus students, guiding them through large scale data sets and tools like Snowflake and Snowpark using real world. Okay.
Yeah, so that's so I'm a well, like I finished now, but I was a research assistant at my school, like my current school, and that was kind of like my supervisor for that semester. She wanted me to kind of like so as like a researcher, I'm kind of like basically doing lab sessions with like students and I'm like doing like hands-on exercises with them, which is kind of like different from what a researcher should be doing, but whatever, like I did it. And
Oh, this is cool. Like
yeah.
TAs and stuff. Usually, being a TA usually is good on the resume.
Yeah, except it wasn't like a TA position. So like in my school, there's TAs and then there's research assistants, and TAs are only you can only be a TA if you're a PhD student for some reason.
Mm.
So she gave me like a research assistant position, and as a research position, I have to like I just do lab sessions with students and I just teach them stuff, and she wanted me to teach them like data engineering topics. And like I just picked like Snowflake since it's
I
like a
see.
basically like a
Yeah.
more simple like topic. But
Yeah. One thing that you can do on the first experience is talk about the technologies used. So have like a bullet point afterwards and say the technologies used: Node.js, Express, Python, Django, whatever. Because I want to know what technologies you use to achieve this, because that's going to be useful for me to know. So I can send you my resume to send it to you.
Okay. With the tech, when you say like the technologies used, are you talking about like the intern like position, or are you talking about like both of them, really?
Maybe both.
Okay.
It depends if you're just teaching, there's not that much technologies used, but right here, create and delivered, develop. Yeah, these are more teaching. So I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Technologies used is more pretend in your company you did all these things, building authentication system, building role based permission, developing APIs. I want to know what languages and technologies you use in order to build those APIs, in order to build that authentication. I need to know the technical details of your system.
Okay.
Well, I just need to know what technologies you use in order to solve those, because that's usually when people are hiring people, they do look at the technologies used. I'd prefer hiring somebody who did internships in Python than somebody who didn't do internships in Python, especially if they have the exact same resume. And
Okay. I
I've
see what
noticed
you mean.
that even when I had friends who were, so I had a friend apply for a Node.js position, and he had nothing on his resume that said Node.js. It
Oh,
didn't even say
okay.
anything Node.js. It talked about some REST APIs, but did not say Node.js, and he got rejected. But then we redid his resume, and he reapplied, and we just said, okay, built a Node.js endpoint, and some other things related to Node.js and Express. And then they saw that, and they actually gave him an interview. It's funny. I was like, he just sent in, but obviously he hit some of the keywords that matched the resume. Pretend you're
Yeah.
hiring someone for Node.js, and on their resume they never mention Node.js once, right? You see that?
Yeah.
I'll still take a chance if his experience is really good enough based on other stuff. But half the time, if I have 100 applicants, I'm looking for people who already pushed up projects in Node.js, honestly, or have interesting backgrounds that, for some reason, it caught my eye.
Okay. Yeah. Like, cause I have right now, like I have technologies used, but I don't have them in my, like I put them on my projects
Yeah,
mainly, like
exactly.
not
It
in
would look
my
like this. It would look
experience.
like this. Yeah, I like this because,
Yeah.
okay, I know that you built this. Imagine you just had this receipt splitting, and you didn't talk about the technologies. Then it just leaves it a bit. I would, as a recruiter, I would just be like, I would just wish you had that, so I would know right away if you do, you'd be able to just pick up the technologies that we use right away.
Okay. Cool.
So I think, yeah, you do have the technologies used. I just seen that. Let's see.
Okay. So even though I have them like here in my projects, like for these projects, I still put technologies used in the experience section,
Yeah,
or is
I
it kind
think
of
it's
like
even more
redundant in
important
that
on the,
sense? Oh, okay. Okay.
well,
Okay.
technologies used gets more important depending on the company you work, or as you get more experience too, because if you work at two different startups and the tech stack is two different ones, completely two different ones, it's nice to see the breakdown based on company. Oh, you worked at the Series A company doing Python and Django on AWS, and you worked at this Series F company doing Azure and like C Sharp or .NET
Okay.
programming. So like I get to know your two different experiences instead of you just listing those companies that you worked at, and then at the very end just telling me this that you know these ones, like you know C Sharp, Python, and then I don't know for what company you did that for, because you could just say you know that, but maybe you know it because you did it for a project, but that doesn't hold as much weight as you know it because you worked on it for 2 years at Microsoft. Right?
Okay. Yeah. I see what you mean.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I'll definitely add that here.
So yeah, technology is used. Taught weekly lab sessions for 20 plus students, guiding them through large scale data sets and tools like Snowflake and Snowpark using real world pipelines with millions of records. With millions of records, what is the order of magnitude? With 5 plus millions of records? Or?
Definitely like yeah, like in the 5 millions, like maybe like under 10 million
Yeah, I would just say
records.
5 plus million records or something.
Okay.
Just the more specific, the better.
All right. I'll add that.
Created and delivered hands-on course materials outside class time, reinforcing concepts like SQL, data warehousing, and distributed processing while deepening technical fluency. Nice, I like that. I would say, who did you create this content for? Did you create and deliver hands-on course materials to the same students, those 20 plus students? Did you develop it for a
So
specific
yeah.
course?
Um, so no, it wasn't for, so it was kind of like these like hands-on like materials I'm creating are for like lab sessions outside of class. It's like something like that my supervisor would email out to the students, and then the students can choose to come to these like exercises basically, and then those are like the ones I'm teaching. Like I'm teaching them to students who choose to come. And like I would have them like every week or so.
Are they
And I would like
master
split it up.
students? Are they students of specific courses?
They're just anyone from the school. Like it was mass sent to like any bachelor or master students or etc. It's like anybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because what I was thinking, this is just thinking out loud. I don't know how to rework this, but pretend if you're doing this for a specific course, be like, create and develop hands-on course materials for my data science, for the data science students, reinforcing concepts like SQL, data warehousing, and you know what I mean, like specifically say who the audience is, because that also could improve it too. Pretend I'm creating and delivering hands-on course materials for graduate students. That sounds a bit better because you're teaching graduate students all these concepts.
Okay. But like if I taught like literally
Yeah.
any student, like bachelor's or graduate, or then how would I
Yeah,
put
that's why
it?
I couldn't. That's why I couldn't think of wording it. Because right now you just say create and deliver hand-on course material outside class time. I think outside class time doesn't hold that much weight because, for sure, you're developing these outside class time already.
Okay.
You're creating these and delivering it. The fact that you're creating and delivering these hands-on course, the way I am already imagining it from my end is, yeah, in your spare time you're developing these. But now what I'm wondering is, who are you actually presenting these to? Well, who's the audience? How technical are the audience? How advanced are the audience? I'm more wondering who the audience is at this point.
Yeah. And I guess like in terms of like technicality of the audience, like their levels, like I couldn't really say because it can
Yeah.
be from like anybody from like zero experience, like or to like a couple years, depending on the student that shows up. But I don't know, like I guess could I say like all students or like
Yeah.
or should I just say students in general, like just students? Um, I don't know.
Yeah, something like created and delivered hands-on course experience to for like what was the name of the class? Was there a specific name of the class? Like Data Science 101 or something.
No, so that's the thing. So it wasn't for a class or it wasn't for a particular class at all. It was just kind of like they were optional like 2 hour or 2 hour long sessions that you can come to outside of class. Like it was not for any particular class or anything. Um it was just like okay, like every Wednesday at 7 p.m. or whatever, come to this room and we can talk about this topic today
Okay,
or whatever.
I see.
Yeah. And those like sessions I would create kind of like the exercises or like what I'm going to be talking about. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'd be like created and presented materials including SQL data warehousing, distributed all of this to I don't know. This bullet point's already good though. I think we're let's move on actually. I think there not might not be anything optimized there. Developed curriculum expansion with supervisor, introducing new exercises, and providing individualized feedback to help students build job ready skills. Honestly, I think this is really good. As
Okay.
somebody hiring, I think it's good that you know how to teach people because it shows that you have people skills as well. As because people a lot of time when you're working you just have to teach people stuff because I mean you might be working with non-technical folks and you have to teach them how the system works. So I think this is all good, and now you're building up your experience actually building out products, which is also good. Let's see.
Okay, cool.
Let's look at your project. Receipt splitting and payment platform portion. Build. Okay,
Oh yeah,
this
I have to
one.
fix
Yeah,
the fencing on that one too, yeah.
yeah.
That does fix that.
And for this, just say you built it already. I don't know. unless it's you're
So
still.
I'm currently like doing it. Yeah, I'm still doing it. So
Okay,
I'm
I'll
like
just say
building it. So
building bill splitting platform with secure group tracking through super base auth and RLS policies, supporting multi-user scalability through normalized Postgres. Through normalized, I'll say through a normalized. Improve reach speed. I would run some of these through Grammarly too, just to ensure and get feedback. You have Grammarly?
no, but I know what it is. So yeah, I'll
Yeah,
definitely run it.
it like will help you figure out some of those little things. Improve receipt. It would if you copied and pasted this in there, it would have complained. I think of the tensing of the bullet points. Improve receipt parsing accuracy by 40% by shifting. I think you need to put by 40% by shifting from traditional OCR to LLM based extraction using the Gemini API.
You're right.
That's pretty good.
By
Yeah, I'll just run some.
40%.
I would just run some of these through, and you can even run it through GPT. Be like, improve this bullet point. But I like how these are showing results too. Build full stack cognitive app with live matchmaking and fully typed code base, implementing 5 core game mechanics, including timers and real time scoring systems. Increase user accessibility by creating standalone web app, enabling. Honestly, your resume is really good and really technical. I think it shows somebody who's competent. It's just getting it. You just need to keep building your network and improve those slight things that I mentioned. But I think overall it's really
Okay.
solid for what like your experience so far. I would just build more. Right now the projects are solid. It's just more building out the experience and
All right, cool.
building out a resume. You always have to be thinking about it, even when you're working too. When I was working too, I was thinking of what projects can I take that is gonna help me build my portfolio, help me build my resume. What are projects that I can talk about when I switch jobs? These are you really need to position yourself. You need to think 10 years or 5 years down the line of where you want to be and then try to figure out projects that will help you get to that area. So that's kind of I think you have a solid standing there, but the next part is just getting the right things on your resume, and that's gonna involve more than just like good pen work here, like writing. It's also gonna involve like you in real life navigating the job market and navigating your company to find the right things to work on.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely like. I think this being my first internship, like the summer, is huge for me, just because
Yeah,
like I
you
have
got
that
this.
on my
Because
resume.
it's
Because
already a
before I
really
didn't
good
even have that.
resume, and it's already
Yeah.
good work experience. I think it's gonna be really good.
All right, that's great. Thanks for the
Yeah,
help.
no problem.
Appreciate it. I guess like one question I have in terms of like the internship like bullet points. So I guess um because I know like I'm building like this admin like not but like a portal, like this admin portal. Like I know that the company, like the team is gonna use this admin portal to like, manage their like users. So I kind of wanna emphasize like that impact that this feature is gonna have on the company. You know what I mean? Like these like, and it's not like a huge company. It's like 20 people. It's like a small startup. So it's like I just want to emphasize like those like that point and those like just like this company is going to use this feature like actively, you know. Um,
Yeah.
I don't know like how to write that.
Wait, could you explain that again? So you're building this out and you know that the company is going to be using it. Like you know it's going to be well used and you want to emphasize that.
Yeah, like basically like emphasize the impact that the feature is
Yeah,
going to have.
exactly. I think that's the most important part in a lot of these resumes is showing the impact. Because you can go and build an authentication system, you could develop a role-based permission, but what's the impact on the company? So I think what we would say here is redesigned. For example, pretend you built the authentication system and it is company wide. I would just say redesigned our company wide authentication system something like that. I would. It takes some time. You need to figure out what the actual impact is, who it's affecting, how many people are going to use it, and then just work it. You're right that you need to work it in there. I just don't know off the top right now. It all depends on what impact it actually has. So
Okay.
I think
And
with
I
the
guess
go ahead.
oh, would it be like once I have that impact, I should just do you think like it should just be like a whole new bullet point like on its own, or should I just like update one of these? Like the impact.
It could be a bullet point on its own, depending. It honestly all depends on how you word it. Like, come up with
Okay.
some examples and send it to me. I'll reply quick.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'll get to that then. All right, I think in overall, I think that's about yeah, that's really all my questions.
Yeah,
All right, cool. Thanks so
sounds
much.
good.
All right, I'm gonna hop out, and I'll send you the suggestions over DM. You can send it whenever. I know you're packed right now, so. All right.
Problem. Yeah,
Thanks again.
You'll see. You want me to review a resume too?
Hey, it's mainly just career advice if you're available for
Yeah,
that.
let's do it. Let's
We're
talk
doing
about it.
resumes right now.
Yeah, let's talk about
Okay,
it.
perfect. Yeah, so I guess for context, I am a senior. I'll be graduating next fall, however, so it's a bit early. Right now, I currently have an internship lined up, but I heard the return offer rate for this company isn't too high. So I'm just trying to put myself in the best spot for graduation. And I just had questions on, I guess, recruiting, especially for kind of like a off-cycle graduation at the summer as opposed to the spring. Does that kind of change how I should approach when I should be applying and all of that?
Wait, sorry. Can you repeat that? Just the last part. Wait.
Yeah, so I'm graduating in December as opposed to spring recruiting or like graduating in the spring. I was wondering if that kind of changes the timeline on how I should be recruiting, just because I know right now, like spring 2026 internship openings are happening, but I'm kind of looking for a full time in December.
Oh, you're looking for full time in December? Let's see.
Yeah, so I'll be graduating in December.
Let's see this. Let me write. So you're graduating December 2026?
December 2025 of this year, yeah.
Okay, December. Okay.
So in like half a year.
Okay, graduating. Okay, are you based in the US or no?
Oh yeah, so I guess for some context, I attend Berkeley, so I'm
Oh, yeah.
based in the Bay Area, and also my college is in the Bay Area. So hopefully post grad, I would like to stay in the Bay Area and work at home.
Yeah.
In terms of the company I want to work at, I think I'm pretty open to Fang, open to startups as well. But yeah, I guess that's a little bit of background. Just open to just any kind of job opportunity, ideally located in the Bay Area.
Yeah. I think you shouldn't have trouble finding jobs in December 2025. When it comes to full time, people are hiring right away. But it does mess it up a little bit because some of those fan companies like to hire new grads all at the same time or like to start new grads in May because usually they're starting it with a bunch of people who just graduate and they all try to start them at the same time. So I think, but your thing is how does it change that you're graduating 2025 or December instead of May?
I guess what I'm kind of confused about is should I be applying for new grad roles? Because I'm afraid that the new grad roles are more catered towards people who can start right away or who graduated, I guess, spring of 25. Should I be applying for those new grad roles? Because I'm not sure if they're looking for people immediately starting or if I should just be yeah, I guess I just don't know like the timeline in terms of are they looking for someone starting right away or are they open for me delaying my job for 6 months in December?
Yeah. Did you already do internship? or no?
Yeah, so I interned last summer at a fintech company. I got a intern return offer for this summer, but I heard the full-time conversion is not that high. So ideally, I would still want to work there, but if unfortunately I can't get a full-time return offer, I do want to put myself in a good spot. So I'm trying to recruit right now as well.
Mm-hmm. It's replying in the chat. So should they? Okay, let me think about it. I think you should start applying right away. That's pretty much the main advice there is. I mean, all these companies, even if they're looking for someone right away, even if they're looking for somebody right away, you're still gonna get if they're not gonna interview you unless they want to, unless they're gonna make it work. And when it comes to new grads, usually they'll hire you or they'll put you through the process. That takes about 2 months, 3 months sometimes. And then after the 3 months, you can choose to start in 3 months after that a lot of times. So 3 months plus 3 months, that's already 6 months. That's already gets you to December. So
Okay,
pretending you
yeah.
start applying right now, how long will it take to actually get some reach backs? Worst case, even or in a good case, a few weeks. That takes you up until mid June. Worst
Okay.
case, it takes you a couple months. That gets you into like August, mid August, almost September, and then from there, when it's already September, October, November, and you're going through the process, it's only they only have to wait a few months before you start, right? So I think the interview. I think if you start looking right now, it's gonna line up perfectly for you to start somewhere in December, because I'm assuming you're gonna probably end somewhere early December too, right? Not
Yeah.
even.
Yeah.
So I would
Okay.
say I
Oh,
would say definitely worst case start prepping right now. Start prepping right now and start throwing your resumes out right now. You don't want to just start throwing your resumes 2 to 3 months before you graduate, because like your window is so small. It takes more than 3 months to get a job. 100%, it takes more than 3 months to get a job. Unless you get really lucky or really good. It takes For me it took 6 months to land a new job. Each time I apply, every recruiting cycle, 3 to 6 months, 4 to 6 months for me to get the interview. And if I include even preparation time, probably I've already like 7 8 months. So I would say right away you should just start preparing, start building out your resume, start seeing why you got rejected, start building connections. Even if they say they can't interview right now, just leave the door open for when the day gets closer. So I would just start everything right now, especially it's the summer. Companies are, yeah, I think it's a good time. That makes sense.
okay. Yeah. And then in terms of just recruiting in general, I'm pretty confident in my lead code skills. I've been lead coding for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is that I don't really have much practical experience in terms of just working on like everyday tech stacks and technologies. Most of my like CS knowledge is more theoretical. So
Mm-hmm.
things like AWS, I'm not really too familiar with. Like with React, I've heard of it but never really had to use it.
Mm-hmm.
I think the answer to that is probably just build a project. But I guess could you kind of give me like a little breakthrough on how I should, or like what are some pretty good technologies to learn and how I would go about learning them? I was looking over the React documentation, but I'm not sure if that's the best way to start. Um, yeah, I guess with someone who's pretty good technically and like with theoretical concepts, what is the best way to learn more applicable industry concepts
Yeah,
for interviews specifically?
I would say like being in the Bay Area, where you're also recruiting or where you're hiring for, different things like Python, Django, AWS, React, Node.js, all those ones are very employable. All these startups use those technologies and build on top of the build use those technology. Yeah, even like the Mern app, like Mike said, Mongo. Yeah, so I would say I mean, the lowest hanging fruit is definitely a portfolio website. So the advice that I always give people is have something on your resume where you built out a front end, you built out a back end, maybe you deployed the back end on something like AWS. You have the front end being accessible using the web. That means maybe you bought a domain and you figured out how to set it up so people can access your website on the web. You deployed your front end application somewhere. Like have a full stack application that shows you know how to use the front end, you know how to deploy some sort of back end. The back end is interacting with some database, and then you're hosting all of that on some infrastructure that these companies use. I think that shows a lot of breadth and knowledge. And from there, now that I kind of understand that you know all these different things, it's just super employable because I understand that you know what it takes to take a project and launch it and have people use it.
Okay, I guess, but what is the like the best way to do it? Because in my head right now, I can probably just GPT like, oh, can you design me the front end or kind of like code along with AI, which I feel like I probably won't learn the foundations of front end and back end. I'm just kind of like asking questions, getting answers. How would you approach, I guess, learning a framework? Would it just be relying on AI and kind of going from there?
Dude,
Yeah,
I
I just
would
feel like there might be a
literally,
big conceptual gap.
yeah, the I think what I do is build up from very basic applications. So pretend I needed to build a React app. The first one that I would build is a simple Hello World React app. One that takes in a simple component and then just returns Hello World in a paragraph, right? And then and once I get that working, I slowly start to build it out. Maybe I'll build out a static page of my resume or just a small section about me. Then I'll build more complicated things like a navigation bar, right? So slowly build it up. For example, recently I was learning GraphQL. So the way I did that is I just built a simple GraphQL to-do list. And the way that I built the GraphQL is I didn't even hook it into a database. I just used in-memory database or in-memory constants and in-memory objects that I would just use JavaScript filter methods to filter out data. But I was more focused on how do I build the GraphQL schema types, resolvers, and stuff like that. So I think working on even working on the most very basic example, a hello world, a to-do list, will get your feet wet and get you confident to continue building the bigger project. So yeah, I think start with just very small examples, very easy things. Try to knock it out in a weekend and then slowly just keep expanding. So you're a smart guy. I'm pretty sure you can learn React in less than a week. And then once you learn React, every company uses it. Meta still uses it. Rippling, where I used to use it. Every company that I know at where I know people work, knowing those technologies helps for sure.
Okay,
And
yeah,
a
that
lot of
makes.
companies these days just straight up hire for product engineers or infrastructure engineers. So what's a product engineer? A product engineer is kind of a new term a lot of people use, but it's essentially it's not just a full stack engineer because full stack engineer they're really just focused on full stack engineer just means you work on the front end back end. Product engineers also just the extra thing is you're building parts for the product and you're really product focused kind of thing. So I think a lot of companies which path do you want to go? Do you want to be like a product generalist working on product? Do you like building products out for people, features and things that they can use? Or do you like working on infrastructures like frameworks for people or even the actual infrastructure like AWS?
I'm not too sure. Yeah, I think I'm still kind of exploring the industry and just having more hands-on experience. But I think I'm like just open to everything right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, does that answer your questions or no?
Yeah, it does. And I guess in terms of dividing your time, I know you mentioned in the earlier call like 60/40 lead code projects. I guess with an internship as well, how would you balance the time? Because I feel like lead coding is already kind of like a full-time thing, along with building projects. Is there kind of like a just is it kind of just like do everything at the same time, or how would you kind of navigate like all of the things you kind of have to do when it comes to recruiting?
Honestly, personally for me, I never did lead code until I had an interview scheduled. Or I never went hard at lead code until I had an interview scheduled. I would only do I would only do lead code as soon as I had something scheduled, because that's the only time I'm really even motivated to do lead code anyways. So most of the time I spent was working on projects, trying to build out things for my resume. Honestly, there was just a lot of things that I even wanted to build because I thought that it could make me money, or I thought that people would use it. So I spent a lot of time focusing on that. And yeah, some of those ended up on my resume. And then when I would have interviews, even when I would have interviews, or even it during recruiting, if I had no interviews, I would focus my time on applying for companies, making sure my resume was good, and just spamming.
Okay. And then in terms of applying, um, I guess I've kind of heard mixed opinions about tailoring your resume. Since we're just mass applying, would you say it's still worth tailoring your resume for every single application you're sending? And if so, I guess what is the best way to do it? Is it just like shoving it into AI and like, hey, can you reformat it to include these keywords, or would you personally like, change it line by line?
What I would do is the way I did is I had multiple variations. So I would have product focused resume, I would have an infrastructure focused resume. If I was applying for data companies, I would have a ones with more of my data projects. If I was applying for quants, I would have a quant focused one. So I would have four general ones, and then I would just send that specific one to the company. So if I was applying to one that's maybe if I'm applying for a quant, I would switch out the bullet points and switch out my projects based on things that I think they would like. So I think what I would do is I would, depending on the type of companies I would reach out for, I would have sort of four different like types and then just use it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I guess is this advice still applicable for like someone in college or a new grad? I feel like the most of the experience I have is just like I wouldn't be able to change the experience since yeah,
No, that I
it's
was doing that as a new grad. I was doing that. I was doing that as a when I was still in college, and I was switching out my I would just switch out my projects. So I did some projects that were machine learning focused, but I noticed those didn't do that well when I'm applying for full stack roles too. So in the full stack roles, they just care about, I mean, like some of those technologies like React and all that stuff. So I'll just swap those projects in. So I think since you don't have the experience, you'll have to swap in and out projects that match that. And yeah, even the bullet points, if it's a more back end focused ones, like you might have different bullet points that you could use. So I would basically, to answer your question of just having if you should tailor or not, if you should tailor or not, I would say I wouldn't tailor it for each company, but I would tailor it for the category. So I would tailor one for back end, I would tailor one for front end, I would tailor one for quant.
okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then in terms of just like general interview questions, should I be focusing on system design as well? Or should it like I guess what would the priority be between like lead code, projects, like learning system design, learning new technologies, in terms of just like solely for recruiting like sake, as opposed to like being a
Uh,
better software engineer. If my
uh,
goal is to like recruit.
yeah. If your goal is to recruit, I think as a new grad, I studied system design, but I wasn't that good at it. But I think they have to ask system design if you're not an intern. If you're applying for new grad and you're not a return intern, I'm pretty sure a lot of them ask system design, because I was asked system design, but very basic ones, sort of like data modeling. But I would ask the recruiter. That's all. Yeah. When I did it, when I was applying, when I was graduating college, I studied system design. But I pretty much studied system design. So, but that, like, it might have changed. I actually don't know.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
But I remember at Bloomberg,
Um,
they asked me system design. At Amazon, they didn't. Some of the startups, they're asking me system design. So it all depends on where you're interviewing for.
okay. Okay, and I guess since my next semester will be pretty light, what are some good habits to kind of fall into to best prepare for recruiting? I'm assuming like waking up and then just setting some job apps, maybe doing the code daily every day. But are there any other things that I should like start building habits for recruiting?
Yeah, I would build out my network for sure. Build out. Honestly, for me, LinkedIn was the best, where I get all my jobs. So definitely building out the LinkedIn, keeping sharp on leak code. So probably doing the dailies or just cycling through the different patterns. Maybe one day do a 2 pointer, one day do DFS, and just keeping sharp on that. Um, the main focus is actually getting applications. Honestly, you're applying for the Bay Area, so you're probably going to get a lot of interviews at different startups, and startups ask completely different things from startup to startup, and it's way more practical. And it's most of the time it's not leak code. Pretty sure only the fan companies ask leak code. So I would just say for habits, just keep. I think what you're doing, like how much time do you spend a day actually working on this stuff?
I've only been lead coding daily for like an hour, 2 hours a day, but that's pretty much it. I kind of held a stop on sending apps out. But yeah, I'll definitely start starting applications out soon again.
Yeah, like that's way more than enough. 1 hour to 2 hours. I would focus. The way I did it is when I was graduating in my last semester, I would just be in class, and some of the classes were boring. I'd be sending out apps during my classes, and then yeah, just doing a little bit of leak code to stay fresh. But the main thing is just sending out as much apps and getting as much interviews as possible because it's all a numbers game at the end of the day. If you only have one interview and then you flunk it, it sucks because then you only had that one. So it's a numbers game. Shoot out as many shots as possible, get as much interviews as possible, and it increases the chances of you passing them. If you don't pass it, it's still good experience that you went through it, and you'll always have that experience. Like I've went through so much interview processes at this point, and they've all helped me, even if I failed them, with the ones later on in the future.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think that's all of the questions I have now. I'll probably touch up my resume and send it in the channel once it's good. But yeah, appreciate all of the advice.
No
Thank you.
problem. No problem. ZA, you're up next.
Hey, what's going on?
What's
Thanks.
up, man? How you doing?
What's up, Jake? What's going on? I'm good. I'm
Good,
good.
good.
Can't complain. Can't complain.
Where are you
I'm
based?
Zah. Well, my name's Zaire,
Zah.
but Zah's for sure. Yeah. I'm
Where
in
are you
Philly.
based? Philly?
Philly. Yeah, I'm
Nice.
from Philly. Yeah. I went to a state school, Westchester State School in Pennsylvania.
Nice.
I got accepted to other colleges, but I know, like, at one point it's like the college don't matter. It's just the work you put in or whatever.
Yeah, 100%.
Um, So I'm graduating. Well, I'm set to graduate. I got my last summer class. It's like Stat 200, a math class, which runs from like June 30th to August. I think I know I had linked into before. I had the Comcast job, but I didn't. I guess I didn't pass the last final round. I guess somebody outbeat me as far as solving a problem. So they gave it to somebody else. But I did find out that it wasn't a. It was like it was a site reliability engineering role. So it was like it wasn't that much coding involved. So it's not like I know it's like is that like production engineering. I didn't really want to do that. I wanted more of like greenfield engineering or like building features or, building stuff, where
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm coding majority of the role. So I didn't get it. So the other offer I did end up getting from a government company. They rescinded because of, I guess, budget cuts. So now I'm like, damn. Now I'm like, I don't have anything right now. I did get. I don't know if you heard of AI Ignite program before. I guess it's
Sounds
like
familiar.
a prep program. They like you learn like AI ML throughout like the internship. For 13 weeks you like go to a project, and like the last 7 weeks like career readiness. And you have like a career fair at the end or whatever. So I just been doing that over the summer, and then reading on like Lead Code. I think Lead Code DSA course I had bought that, kind of similar to the coding interview patterns, just like the
Yeah.
learn patterns for each data structure. I've just been doing that and applying. I guess would you say a good timeline for me? Because I I was gonna stay in Philly 'cause I had bought a house and stuff, but I kind of want to move low key. So just like you think a good timeline for me to get a job? I guess say like I guess like end of August, September ish. Like the next like big hiring opening, or
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
So wait, you already graduated school and everything. You're not doing school no more. You're done.
Yeah. So I got one more class. It's online. It's Stat 200. It's from June 30th. I think it ends in like mid August. That's
Okay.
my last
Is
class.
it a
So I'm
bachelor's in
done.
computer science?
Bachelor's, yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So what do you do so far? Are you already working or no?
I started the AI internship, the Ignite program or whatever. I think from what I've read from it and what I'm learning, it's supposed to be like a prep, the AI ML. It's supposed to prep you for AI ML roles, whether that's internships or new grad. So I'm doing that right now. Other than that, I've been building projects on my resume. I'm trying to improve them, and then just doing like leak code, basically.
I see. Okay, so you're about to graduate and you're trying to get jobs. Wait, when do
Yeah,
you finish
basically, I'm
that
trying to
course?
the statistics course
Yeah.
or the
Yeah.
internship.
Well, I
Oh,
guess.
the statistics course is the course is over. I think mid August. It runs from June 30th to like August, end of August.
Okay, when do you get your degree though? Like when is your degree conferred and you're done?
Basically after that. As soon as I basically
Okay,
after that.
August.
As soon as I'm done. Yeah, basically that. I would say like I could start working in September. I mean, technically, if I get hired now, I can start working now because it's online. It's no in person. So my
Yeah,
last course is online. So, but my complete degree is completely finished like mid August once I finish the last class.
I see. Okay, so
Yeah.
how is the job hunt going for you?
I think I'm getting a pretty okay response rate. I think I'm applying to like maybe 20, 30 jobs a day, if not
Wow.
more. But I was doing it like locally. I've
Yeah.
been getting interviews. I think I got to two final rounds with Comcast and the other company, the other government company. The other
Nice.
ones, they say another candidate was better or whatever. I could send you my resume or put
Yeah,
it
send it.
in the general chat
Yeah, drop
or
it.
whatever.
See.
Okay. I think it's
So
okay. I was going to make some changes to it. I think once I finish the internship and just kind of percolate some stuff. But I
yeah,
think
you're already
it's
going
not too bad.
crazy though. Like 20, 30 per day. I like that. That's good work ethic. That's what it really takes to actually get a job in this environment.
Yeah,
How is the or you getting response rate? Wait, did you send it yet? I just curious. I just need to see what words you put on the resume.
I'm putting it in general. Hold on, it's
How
not
are
letting
your
me do
lead
it. Hold
coding
on. Hold on.
skills?
Not bad. I'm improving them. Why is it not? It's not letting me drop this. Hold on. Let me see. Can I? Let's see if I can just DM it to you. Resume. Hold on a second. Not bad. I'm doing a review. I'm doing a LeetCode DSA course. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not. I'm doing that just to kind of review my patterns and stuff because I got free time.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
you're doing the one on
yeah,
the leak code
yeah. The
discuss one, right?
DSA,
Yeah. Those ones are really
yeah.
good. The
It was
ones
like
built by
sixty
leak code, right?
dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like $60. It wasn't really expensive, so I said, "Fuck it, might as well."
Yeah, I remember you're the
I'm gonna
one
just get it.
recommending it. Let's see.
Yeah.
Leak
So I'm
code.
on like the hash map section. I'm on like
Nice.
counting and stuff like that. So I'm just kind of taking my time going through it. I just DM'd you my resume. I don't
Grinding.
know. I didn't let
That's
me
good.
post it.
Let's see.
Yeah. But I'm like, and I want to move. So I was looking locally because I was going to stay in Philly a little bit 'cause I just bought a house. But I'm like, you know what? Since I got the internship, I don't have a job yet. I'm out. So it's like, should I just grind and bust my behind for the next 3 months and try to get like move like West Coast or like a Fang level or whatever?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to just stay positive.
Let's see. Dude, your resume's already looking solid. Let's see.
Oh, thanks. I want to replace some stuff on there. Like I want to going to replace a couple engineers, saying like you. Others told me like keep the prep charter summer instructor on there because like good is like your balance, and not just about just coding. But I was going to replace that. Well, replace that with the AI internship when it's over. Whatever project that we build, I was going to replace that with like experience. Replace that. But other than that, I don't know what else to add or maybe anything change.
Okay, let's look through enhanced system performance, reducing average page load times by 35%,
Yeah,
and improving response times by 25, reduce average page load times by 35%, improve response times by 20%, leading to 15% faster ticket resolution for faculty and students.
yeah. It's like an internship IoT role I did at my university when I was there. Um, so I figured that's valid work experience. But I don't really get asked that honestly about on interviews. They mainly ask about my projects that I built, which is Power Match
They
and
like that one, huh?
Sensory app. Yeah, they asked me about Power Match and the Sensory app. They never really asked me about my Westchester experience or my research. Well, yeah, a research project. They don't really ask me about the IoT engineer role. Really about what project that you built. How did that go? X, Y, and Z. What
I
did you
think
do?
that's a
Like
big
that.
part of it too. When I was
Yeah,
interviewing as a new grad, they want to
yeah,
know how motivated you are to work on things
yeah,
outside of your normal day to day, and they want to see your
yeah. That makes
initiative, and they
sense.
want to see that because what happens in a job is it's not the same thing in school. It's completely different. You're taking
Right,
projects
right.
that you need to drive yourself, and you need to have the initiative and ambition to solve them. So
To
that's why I
solve them.
think
Got
projects
you.
are really what helps people a lot, especially if they're coming
Got
out
you.
of
Got you.
graduation. But like once you start graduating, projects aren't as
Yeah,
important. It's more important your experience because they
yeah,
want to know
yeah.
that you're able to actually work in the industry and deliver value to whoever you worked at. But let's
Yeah.
see.
Makes sense.
No, honestly, your resume is really good, and you're getting a good response rate. What do you think? Do you have any specific things you want to ask on
So I'm learning JavaScript. I was thinking like the Odin project. I was going to just do that over the summer. Just kind of like learn like React and stuff like that. Just kind of learning a little front end. I'm seeing like a lot of roles now, whether they're full stack or whatever, whatever. Like React is a thing. I know isn't React like it's not a framework. Is it a library, right? In JavaScript, or is that
yeah,
a framework?
it's like a framework. I'd say it's a
Framework.
framework.
Okay. So I was trying to learn like JavaScript, and then just learn React and try to build my portfolio website or something like that. I know you mentioned that earlier with the other gentleman, and
Hmm.
just try to monetize my stuff that way. And then so I know I could have some type of front end on my resume. I know it, so like I know a little bit of back end, know some front end, so kind of makes me more well rounded for roles, I guess.
Hmm.
Um. I guess with the DSA. So you think I guess I will be in May? I guess into May, June. Would you say like August, September ish? I should be able to have hopefully be able to find a job by then, a new grad role by then. I
Oh
know my
yeah,
internship is ending
I
like
would
the end
be
of
high.
August.
I would be applying right now. It's way too close
Okay,
to that point. It
okay,
takes multiple
okay.
months
And
to
I
get a
am,
job.
I am. Yeah, yeah. I am. I'm applying every day. I'm getting
You
hit. I am getting hit. Some. I'm getting denied. I'm getting ghosted. Basically all the above. But
so
I've been getting hit still.
on your LinkedIn, do you say that you're open for work? Because that's helpful too for getting for.
Uh,
And it doesn't
yeah.
need
I
to
think I'm at.
be.
I'm at.
It doesn't need to be. You don't need the banner, but you could say that
Oh,
you're open to work without the banner, and that
okay.
really helps you get inbounds.
Getting filter. Yeah, the filters for. Okay. Yeah. No, I'll change that. Actually, open to work. Just change the banner.
And then also another
Change it.
thing is you don't care where you work or you want to stay in Philly.
No, I'm down to move. I was at one point like the last few months, but I'm like, you know what? I don't have any kids or nothing. I could move out my house and rent it out.
Yeah.
When I'm out, I'm out. So I'm applying everywhere.
Okay. So what I would say is another. Are you? How do you even find jobs right now? How do you find jobs to work at right now?
LinkedIn. I'm using like my friend told me about this little hack you could do where you could change the values from the 3600 if you do last 24 hours, and it's just like the last recent jobs that's post. I've just been applying LinkedIn heavy, and then I'll just use GitHub Simplify repository, and
Okay,
like
yeah, there's those
once the jobs
repos
get
too.
listed, yeah, repos. I've just been
It's
applying to
really good.
those, and
Yeah.
then LinkedIn basically.
Have you tried going on like Y Combinator or some of those
I have not. I know you mentioned in the stream. I'm not sure what that was. I know it's a startup accelerator, right? Basically,
Yeah, Y
is that what it is?
Combinator. Y Combinator is basically a venture capital fund, or they're a
Mm-hmm.
startup accelerator, but at this point they're a venture capital fund. They take money from.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they even take money from people. Maybe they were just
Yeah,
founded by people who had a lot of money in general. But what they did is
makes
they
sense.
invest money into these startups, to very small
Mm-hmm.
stage start companies that are just starting. They invest money to them, and they run them
Mm-hmm.
through this Y Combinator program, which is a very intense program where at the end of
Mm-hmm.
it you need to have a product and you need to pitch it in front of investors. But essentially
Mm-hmm.
what they do is they basically try to help startups like grow,
Mm-hmm.
or help startups even get up and running. So
Okay. Okay.
they have a lot of companies under their portfolio. So these are companies that they might have put money in, or I mean that most of
Mm-hmm.
these Y Combinator companies are companies that they did put money in. So
Mm-hmm.
look at the startup directory. I'm gonna send it in
Okay.
the group chat. I'll send it to you right here.
Okay.
Look at their
Thanks. I'll double
startup
check that out.
directory, and you could see all the startups they work at. If you also filter for the newest batches, spring
Yeah.
2025, winter 2025, you'll see that's only
Mm-hmm.
293 companies, and a lot of these companies are hiring right now. They need people. So I
Oh,
think
okay.
these
Bet.
companies are
Okay.
really good, and these companies have
So I
really
see something.
hold a lot of weight too, because these
Okay.
companies, Y Combinator is one of the best, one of the top companies, and
Mm-hmm.
people know they have really high people have really high regard for these companies, or like people who get into YC, and these companies,
Gotcha.
a lot of them end up doing well too. Like Y
Okay.
Combinator
So I see
invested
none
in
of that.
DoorDash, Dropbox, Airbnb, all those companies when they first
Yeah.
started.
Okay. So just like a resource I could use to find jobs. I see. Oh, I see. I see. Batch spring 2025, winter 2025 hiring, and then I can just click on them and apply or whatever.
Yeah. Well, another thing that you
Okay.
could try to do is try to look for fellowship programs, because that's what I
Okay.
did when I
Fellowship,
graduated. Like, I joined this Kleiner
fellowship
Perkins.
program.
So try to apply for those fellowship programs, because sometimes when you apply for those, once you get
Mm-hmm.
in, you get access to all the companies. So I applied for this fellowship called Kleiner Perkins, and Kleiner Perkins is a venture capital fund, and they take money in and invest it into
Mm-hmm.
startups, but a lot later stage in these startups. So once I got into
Mm-hmm.
the fellowship, they pretty much told
Mm-hmm.
me just pick 5 companies in our portfolio, and then we'll let you go interview for them. So instead of just applying for those places separately, I just applied to
Mm-hmm.
Kleiner Perkins, and then Kleiner Perkins hooked me up with one of their portfolio companies, and they're all like really good startups. So find ways to get to leverage those sort of communities and programs as well, especially your student. Those kind of
Mm-hmm.
programs are the ones that will that you have access to, right?
Gotcha. I got you. Okay. Kleiner Perkins wrote that down too.
There's so
Okay.
many different fellowship
Okay.
programs.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I'll just Google some. All right, cool, cool, cool. Okay, so basically, just keep my leak code in, keep running through the course. I might probably end up doing leak code 150 after that's done, just to kind of reinforce what I learned. And
Yeah,
then, I guess just keep building projects or whatever, emphasizing on those, and then just keep applying. Hopefully, something will stick.
yeah. Just keep doing projects. Crazy.
Yeah,
Um, I don't know. It's all the stuff that you're doing right now is stuff that you're gonna be doing 10 years from now.
right, right. I know it's a
It doesn't
numbers
end.
game.
It
So
never
I know
ends.
it's a number. Yeah, yeah.
Process, this process, the same new grad grind that I did is the same grind that I did recently to get my last company. So once you lock it in and you understand the strategy,
Yeah,
you're set. So I think you're already
yeah.
good. Thanks for reaching out. Let me know if like just message me if you ever need any referrals or anything.
Okay. And thanks for the advice too. So I'll just continue that
Yeah.
and
Any
keep
other
pushing.
thing?
No, that's it. I mean, you gave me all the game. So you said I'm doing. I think I'm doing right. So I'll just continue to push, and I'll just if I have any other questions, I'll reach out.
For
Near
sure,
future.
100%. Thanks for
Okay.
coming on.
Thanks, Jake. Thanks. Appreciate you.
All right.
All right. Bye.
Peace. Ram, you ready? All right. that concludes our career advice section. We're gonna get back into coding interviews.
Okay.
What's
Okay.
up? You ready? Yo, what's up? What's up?
Yeah.
Wait, let me find. Wait, let me just reply quickly. How you doing? Go. Can I go? Yeah, Alpha, you
Yeah,
can go
doing
after Ram.
fine.
One sec. Let me get. I can stretch a bit. I've been here for a minute, James. Now that you're working.
So actually, I want advice. So I don't know if you are allowed to give it or not.
For what?
So yeah, like for my meta interviews, I'm going through Cracking Fang and Minmer. So like
Where?
I
Oh, I
don't know if
can't
you are
hear
allowed
you.
to.
Could you speak out a little louder?
Hello, am
Yeah,
I audible now?
a little bit. Yeah. Can you
So
say?
yeah, like uh, so yeah, like for my interviews, like I'm preparing Cracking Fang meta playlist and coding with Minmer.
Yeah.
So yeah, like if you can put on any of other resources, it would be helpful if you are allowed to.
So the best resource is Hello Interview, honestly. So the resources, well, that I use multiple. The pretty much, you probably don't need to prep system design, but it is company dependent. Some of the startups will ask you system design. I had to do a couple when I was doing for new grad. So, let's see, where was I? Ram, pretty much for system design. You asked me how you can improve at system design.
Yeah. System design, I'm like pretty clear, but like mostly for coding, I'm following coding with Minmer and Cracking Fang meta playlist. So yeah, like
Yeah,
uh,
like it
for system
says
design, I'm pretty much following Hello Interview.
what it
So
was online and what I did when I was studying is you'll see this all the time online that they ask very predictable questions, top 100. So
mm,
I would just sort by top 100 leak code questions and study that and get to understand those questions. And they're
in
super
three
predictable.
months,
3 months, 90 days, and if you had, I would focus on
mm,
the 3 months, and then I would,
mm,
when the interview's closer, I would look at the 30 days. Just 30 days is a bit more volatile because it could be random once in the
mm,
next 30 days, but I focused on 3 months and then also do some 30 days when I'm getting closer. And then if I have a lot of time, maybe I'll do 6 months. But
makes sense, makes sense. Yeah.
yeah. But then for studying system design, I think Hello Interview is a good resource because the people who built this Hello Interview site were staff engineers at Meta. So they kind of answered the questions based on how they would have expected in an interview. And at the end of the day, system design there's no one right answer. So if you read Design a Newsfeed off Hello Interview, and then you read Alex Zhu's book on how to do it, and then you go look at grokking the system design, you're gonna see 3 different answers. So I would just make sure
The,
to understand different solutions. But if you're applying for Meta specifically, I'm pretty sure these guys kind of have the one that you would
the
want.
best.
That makes
Yeah,
sense?
makes sense. So yeah, like yeah.
Yeah. All right. You want to do
So yeah,
coding
like
interview? Or go ahead.
one.
Another one?
Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of. sec. All right. Let's get into this. Who's in here? Inverted binary
Where
tree.
will I
Can I
get
open?
the
What is it?
link?
Cool.
James, I
Yeah.
don't have the link.
I'm gonna send you the link right now. Delete this. Okay, I sent it to you, the Coderpad.
Got it.
You're in. You're in.
Um,
Are you based in India?
yeah, I'm based in India.
Nice. Bangalore?
Yeah, currently my startup is remote, but like I I travel to Bangalore a few times, so like most of my friends are there.
Nice. Yeah, that's crazy. What school did you go to?
It's a very local college, like three, I would say. Like you wouldn't know the name as well. But I did a good amount of lead code when I was in college.
How
So
many
I
legal
ended
questions
up
have
at,
you done?
I would say 250 medium, 50 hard, and 50 easy. So around 350.
I see.
But like I've just started revising them like after college. So I started revising them. So
All right.
it depends on how much memory I can get in now.
Okay, I'm gonna start this. Hey everyone. So today I have somebody tuning in from Bangalore. Well, he lives around that area, and yeah, he wants to do a coding interview. And yeah, do you just want to quickly introduce yourself? Let us know your background, what companies you're applying
Yeah,
for. Yeah, how many LeetCode questions you solved.
yeah. Myself, Ram. So I'm from Bangalore. So currently I have 3 years of experience. So previously worked with Amazon. So yeah, now currently working with startup, trying to move to fan companies again. So yeah, that's the thought. And I've done around 350 lead code questions, 250 easy, 50 hard, and 250 medium, 50 hard, and 50 easy. That all.
Okay, nice. That's a good solid amount. Let me see. Um, yeah. So how are you with the different data structures, like arrays,
I'm like
graphs,
pretty much,
trees?
yeah, anything is.
Cool. All right. Let me find you a good question, and then we can go from there. Pause this quick. And you code in C++?
C++.
Damn, running out of questions. I've been asking so many questions. Maybe. Might stream for 8 hours on Monday. How can you get proficient at lead code, DSA? It's honestly just a grind. Alright. Okay. I got you the first question. Depending on how long it's gonna take you, we'll do 1 or 2 questions.
Oh,
So this question is where we're pretty much designing SQL, a simple in-memory SQL class.
okay.
And let me quickly. So we need to implement a class with some of these operations. We need to be able to insert a row, remove a row, select a specific cell, and then export. Right? So let me just. It already messed up my formatting. Void. So do you get what the question is asking? We can talk through it again.
Yeah, it's inserted on a specific table with an ID
Let
assigned.
me actually format this real quick. 1 sec.
Looks like more of a LLD question.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, we need to be able to do specific things. We need to insert rows into the database. So we need to
Okay.
we pretty much need to build an in-memory data store, and we can essentially insert rows into this database in memory. There's gonna be auto incremented ID. So as we insert, the first row is 1, 2, 3, and so on. Pretend we delete 3,
Okay.
and then we insert another one after. We're gonna still. The next one should be 4. It's not gonna use the next one. It's just auto incrementing. It'll basically tell us how many rows have been created in the past. We need to be able to
Got it.
remove rows from the table, and then afterwards we need to be able to select a specific cell from any table and return its values, and then we need an export. So I think I break it down here. We need a constructor, and then we need to implement the insert. We need to be able to implement the remove function, and then I'll break it down here. So we're pretty much just implementing 4 different methods. I'll break it down here.
So names and columns would be number of columns.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
about
Well, let's see. Let me
why?
let me drop in the examples.
Yeah, that would be better.
Oh, this question I'm just copying straight off LeetCode, so this looks weird. I think. So we call SQL 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
So it creates creates 2 tables or 3 tables, table 1, 2, and 3. Okay, and it's saying
Okay.
table 1 has 2 columns, table 2 has 3 columns, table 3 has 1 column.
Okay.
And then we say add a row to the table 2. So we see when we add the row, we're adding to table 2. But we're adding, this is going to be the row. And that's going to be, like in our database, we're inserting into table 2. So this is going to have the ID of 1. And these are the values. The first 0th column is first. And then we can select 2. And then we could select the 3rd column of the ID 1. You select. Does that make sense? I'll let you read through it. I think the
Yeah.
example is actually pretty good.
Makes sense actually. So in select means the first one is the table name, second one is ID, third one is the column. Yeah, makes sense. So I see three classes here. I'm thinking more in objects. What objects can I create? So main object would be uh, so let's see. Like I see three main classes. One being main SQL, and first class would be next one would be table, and the third class would be a specific row. Let's say so. I will have something like so. Yeah, these are the objects I'm thinking to create. So SQL has a number of tables. One is to n cardinality. Table can have n rows. One is to n. So 1:n to 1:n. Uh, yeah, that's basically it. So we'll try to go through the classes. So SQL.
Wait, so how are you gonna store this
See,
data? What are the data structures you're gonna use?
yeah. I will note down.
I mean, let's talk
So
about it
yeah,
first
I'll
before
go
you write
class by
code.
class
Yeah.
actually. Oh, okay. So in SQL, let's talk about SQL. SQL, I'm thinking to have um okay, what is the initial values that we are getting? Uh, so we'll get a map of three tables. So yeah, like in SQL, we're gonna have some map of string to a table, and table is gonna take so yeah. So like if we have three tables, we can map like one to table one, like two to table two, like as mentioned in the question. Similarly, table would have uh, a map of into column. Uh, let's say into vector of string, uh, where integer is the column and like vector of string are the items in that column. So do we need to validate it? So and also table would have an auto incrementer. Uh, so it so like we want to auto increment it like one static int, which means static int incrementer. So this incrementer will increment like whenever we do an insertion in row. So that's how we know what is the row we are gonna add, and pretty much it. And a row gonna have a pretty much its ID and vector of strings. Uh, so vector of strings, let's say items that row is gonna hold. So yeah, this is the data structures I'm gonna think of. The
So
raw thoughts.
you're having a map. The map maps the table name to this actual table.
Actual table,
The
yes.
table is gonna be a class with auto incrementer. It's gonna map the integer to a
Auto
vector.
increment
The integer is gonna be the
of string
ID, and the vector is gonna be the actual
ID,
data.
yes,
And then, what's
exactly.
row right there? What's row? What's line 79 to 82? What's this?
Oh, sorry. Actually, this is into row. So actually, we can store everything in table, but I think object-oriented wise, it would be less. Let us take row as a separate item.
Yeah, let's
Row
take the
will
most
have ID
object
and
oriented one we can
yeah,
find.
yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Into row would have its ID.
go ahead and implement. See it.
Classical.
Stand up.
Map of string to class. Okay, SQL will have string to table object. So let's say it is our main SQL. And so in constructor, let me take SQL. I'm gonna get exactly what. Okay, names and columns. Vector of string, table names, and vector of int columns. Yeah. And this will be it. Create class table and class. Yeah, that would be it. And odd table.
Nice. I like this. Object-oriented principles. Let's get it.
This name size plus SQL of table names of file equal to table of, and let's assume a table would take constructor of number of columns, so it would be columns of 5. The first one. There is one more thing with C++. It doesn't write default constructor on its own. It assumes as like you need to explicitly mention the default constructor. But in Java and Python, we wouldn't need it actually. The C++. So a table would have and columns and also we need a static in column number and let's well, let's write the constructor first. Table is a default enable parent. So generally, I'm making all the objects as public, but like just to the time constraint. Otherwise, I would have proper getters and setters. So
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's table will take just columns and this columns and we would be needing that much here. Map of we need to have into 14 rows.
But keep going and explaining yourself. I have to grab something.
Mm.
So what are you implementing now?
Yeah,
The table class? Okay, you have your tables. Alpha, take a look at this. He's doing object
yeah, they,
oriented too. Why are the columns public? Or do we let's use proper object oriented. If try to keep things private if you don't want it accessed from external or like externally. Like encapsulate your
yeah,
variables.
I'm assuming in that way only, but like getters and setters would take a proper time. I want to.
Well, let's
But
get this thing right because this is the only question I'm going to be asking. I'm going to extend it, but I just want to make sure we're following proper object oriented principles.
okay. So yeah, maybe then let's make all these things private and
So what's the
all the
difference
member
between
functions would be
public and
private.
private?
Yeah, like private functions, you are not like you can only access it inside the class. So like if you have created an object for table and you're directly gonna call table.columns, which is private, you are not gonna have access for it because you need some things in the classes which should not be changed by the objects. So it's properly maintaining abstraction to exactly we maintain exactly the level of access of a particular data member or member function in our class. So to be for example, right, like the number of columns, it has nothing to do with the objects, right? Like once we have initialized it first, it's not going to change later, right? Even if it's going to change, we need to have proper getters and setters for it. Like it's not like okay, change this table dot columns equal to 10 if it is previous table. Like we shouldn't allow the object to do it. Yeah, in short.
I see. Okay, yeah, continue.
Okay, this dot we have columns and uh, so that means so like do we need to have an check for row also if we are adding let's say if the column so if the number of columns are three, if you are adding four members, do we need to add that check as well?
Yeah,
So
let's
if you
make
are
sure that yeah, for
mm,
our system, let's just make sure that when they try to basically
yeah, yeah,
let's
mm,
validate the input.
got it. So let me call it actual elements. Mm, um, uh, elements.
Keep on going and explain your thought process for the chat as well, so they understand where
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
at.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, like I am trying to write the initial now. So basically, initially I've just listed what all classes would have. So the row will have a vector of elements, and table would have a map of integer to rows, and a static integer column number which keeps on incrementing as we keep on adding the row. So and the vector of string, the main SQL class which holds all the table names, right, and the respective table objects. So I haven't added APIs till now. I just added the basic class structures and data members it should have. Now we can go on and keep adding one API one by one. So If do you want me to explain any part of it? So again, or should I go and implement the APIs? So one by one.
Sorry, I was grabbing something. Yeah, go ahead. Just you're doing good. Just
Yeah.
no.
Mm.
Try to get it done as fast as possible so we can move on to the next part of the question. I'm gonna add more
Okay.
SQL
So,
functionality.
yeah. Mm. So the implementations are the constructor and insert a string. Okay. Insert string. So yeah, let me take this. So this is our first API. These things string, string, yeah. And so can I assume the name of the table with the name already exists, or like because adding all these things would take time, but yeah, let me try. So if SQL dot find name equal to SQL dot end return false. So yeah, this is our initial function where we are checking if the actual table with the name exists or not. And let's add one more check. If we need to know if SQL is there, right? If SQL dot names SQL of name dot columns. If it is not equal to row dot size. Okay, I would return false again. So basically, we are checking the initial check we talked about. So okay, this is private. And let me add. Columns. So looks like some issue. It's not good. So this is we are checking if the table, the number of columns is, yeah, the number of elements we are trying to insert in a column is equal to the number of columns. So, yeah, if it, and at the end we can go and simply say SQL dot name dot add row, and we will send our row object. We will pass it the functionality to the respective table, and we would return. So yeah, and now let's add an add row function here. Plus, add row. Let's increment the column number first. Plus and is rows. I think rows of a column number is equal to a new row object, which would be a row, and it will take a row string. And the row will take our actual. And yeah, this would be it. Did I write? Yeah, I think the initial function is done. So yeah, I will explain this API. So we are inserting in a row in a particular table. First, we are checking if the particular table exists in our map. If it is there, fine. Otherwise, we are returning false, and we are trying to get the actual column number of columns is equal to the current row size or not. Otherwise, we are returning false. Otherwise, we are calling the particular table to add a row. So yeah, I've added add row, which is incrementing the column number and setting rows of that column number, creating a new row. So, and yeah, new row will be created. Over. That is it. And we've done with the row.
So SQL
First one is done. I
insert.
will remove name and row. You're asking something?
Oh no, it's making sense. What are you implementing now? You have insert. What's the next one?
I think remove. Wait. We have remove. So yeah, we have remove here. Same checks. I think these checks I am writing again and again, like because of like if you see right, like is equal dot find name equal to equal dot end. The same check is there in remove and insert. So if it is there in multiple times, it's better to create a separate function for it to check if the a table with the particular name exists or not and call it every time. But
yeah,
I would implement that in production, but like for the sake of time, I'm moving forward here.
yeah.
Otherwise, again, I have to check if okay. Then I would say SQL dot SQL of name dot remove row, and it will take a row number, which is row ID. Okay, we need to implement this function here, which is okay. We need boolean. So why remove is asking is void? I think it should be boolean, right?
Where?
Okay, let me keep it void. So in 137 in the question, so for the remove function, the return type is void. I think we need to have a boolean, right? So if actually the row exists and we deleted it, we will return false. And if the row doesn't exist, so it will return false, something like that. Or it doesn't matter, maybe. Yeah, let me keep it in the same way. We would just return and we'll call the particular function to remove row. Okay, now void remove row. So, did you got my question previously, which I was asking? Or do we need to
What
have
were
a
you saying?
written out
Like, should
word
it
or
return a bool?
bool? Yeah. But I think if the question has void, let's leave it. But I would personally recommend if I'm designing something, I will add a boolean.
Yeah, let's just implement it based on the spec.
Yeah, okay. Remove row will get a row ID and if we have rows dot find. Row ID not equal to dot the C++ is actually verbose. If Python, it would be little so many less words.
Yeah, I feel like this it takes
Mm.
way longer than someone doing it on Python.
Yeah, rows dot again. A bit, but it's how production codes actually work. They are actually verbose. Yeah, so it's fine, right? Like I am checking if the row is there. If the row is actually present in the map, I'm erasing the row. So the second API is also done. Let's move to the third API, which is select. Okay, and I have to return a string, select name, row ID, column ID. Yeah, C++ is pretty bad for LLD interviews, I would say. For data structure interviews, it's fine, but like for LLD, it takes too much time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now same again. We have to check. Oh, it's the wrong. So let's add our third API. And if there is no table, return it. And this if SQL dot what per suppose if the given ID is faulty and the particular row ID and column ID doesn't exist? Do we need to return null or any empty string, such kind of?
Pardon? Read that.
What if row ID and column ID doesn't exist? Do we have to return empty string, or that is not mentioned in the question actually?
If the row and column doesn't exist,
Yeah.
yeah, return empty string.
Okay. Okay. Then I'll call it find. But I think it's not part of question, right? It's the question says it's already exists. Already column ID. Yeah, let's write our find function. Find. So column. Yeah, and if rows
What's good, guys?
dot find.
Who's this? What's up?
What's up, Jake? What's up, Ram? Alpha.
We got what's it called? Rams grinding out a question, designing SQL. Takes forever with C++. So funny.
Actually, that's the problem. Rows of row find. I should have taken, but I'm so much confident. And I'm also expecting to be a data structures question actually. It is also data structures, but like it comes in more. Find column. Column. greater than equal to elements dot size. I would return an empty string. Otherwise, I would return elements of column. I think I'm done with the column also. I think let's start the last API. Last one is what is this exp API?
So we have select.
If the
Where's
remove
it?
insert the last one, exp returns the rows present in the table.
Let's not even implement that. Let's just test the code now.
Yeah, makes sense. That's too much.
Let's go implement the code now.
Do we have any examples?
Well, I want you to draft the example. Or yeah, just you could use this too. Copy and paste and just run it. And then verify it.
SQL, new SQL. The arrays we represent with curly braces. So I'm changing the inputs, not the square. What is exp? Exp I think I haven't implemented, so I will comment exp. Okay. Conversions from SQL to okay. I think I need to know this font. Okay. We know don't need any. Let's run and see if we get any errors. We've got some errors. If column is greater than elements. If column is greater than equal to return. Oh, it's just a volume, and it's a volume. Undefined reference to column number. Oh, okay. I haven't declared. So I haven't initiated this static number to be 0. So I missed that.
Wouldn't you define that outside there? Do static int equals 0, not in the constructor. Like can constructors even access static variables?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot how we initialize. I think we initialize it somehow outside of the class,
You
right?
could just do this, right? Like this.
But actually, let's see.
You could
An
ask this
error.
AI assistant too, right here.
Yeah. Oh, where is it?
Like in the AI assistant tab.
Oh, yeah. How to? So actually, C++, initialize static integer in C++. Integer of a class. Yeah. This is the event. Yeah, I'm saying about this. So basically, we try to access it out of the class and make it give it some zero. Okay. But the issue here is the number of tables we create is depends on the number of for which table instance we are making it zero. So I think let's try this, and if it fails, let's see. Would it make zero for every int label of column number equal to zero? Okay, let's hope this one's okay. This is our warnings just. This is stuck actually. I've got my question. You see, right? What it is saying is, so for a class, if it is static integer, we want to declare it, initialize it zero by this way.
Where are you?
So this one, but I want to ask, like, if the number of classes I create does depend on another class, how to initialize.
Where are you? And for time, we have like 5 minutes left for coding.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Let's assume two classes, class A and class B, for initializing static number of variable. So class A has vector of string. I should have taken Java. Could be easy. Vector of class B, and class B has a static integer. How to initialize? Okay. Class B initialize class A.
Where are you?
Initialize class B. I think the previous one should work. It should be. I'm not getting anything. Let me run again.
Like errors?
These are warnings, but no errors. I'm just facing difficulty with the initializing the static variable. Explanation: class B is a forward declaration and tells the compiler class B is defined letter that allows class B to contains a string named class B strings, which initialize the constructor inside the constructor. Class B is static Logic, if applicable, declares static member define. I think this is. Oh, actually, we are not outputting, printing anything. I think this is working.
Let's see.
Oh, see out less than. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Joining.
Uh,
Okay, let's just do a quick pass through the
I
code and
think the function.
just walk me through the different areas of the code, and then we could probably end it there because we're almost at time.
Yeah, actually, let me do that. So,
So just yeah, just walk me through
initially
the.
the SQL table.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, let's start with the class one by one. So SQL class would have a map or dictionary of a SQL.
Can you highlight it, the
This
stuff like wherever you're
this
where you're looking? Okay.
yeah. So yeah, this string holds whatever the map of the table name to the actual table object. So to go to the table object, the table object will have a number of columns and some static integer column number, which tells us how many columns are created till now and what would be the ID for next column. So every time we create a column, we would increment the column number and we assign it a row object, which is like integer to row. Like it is like a, a SQL can have a list of classes, a list of tables, and a table can have list of rows in itself. And rows will have list of elements, which are nothing but columns. So
Sure.
that is how it goes. So let me go through API one by one. So let's go to insert API. Insert
Sure.
API will check if in our SQL dictionary if that name is already there or not. Otherwise, we would return false. If the name is there and if the elements we are trying to add which is not equal to row size, so then also we would return false. Then we would call this equal name dot add row to the row object, to the table. So why I'm calling it writing a separate method in table to add row, because adding row is a functionality of table itself.
Yeah.
Here I can directly access. I can make all the members public, and I can directly access the rows from here itself in the line 149. But I
Yeah.
would not do that. I will. I would like to have the responsibility of adding row to the table.
Yeah.
That is my thought. And
I
add
see.
row. Here I am incrementing the column and I
Yeah.
creating a new row.
I
So
see.
yeah, that would be it. And the remove also same. We'll check for the name. We would be removing entire row here.
Yeah.
If SQL dot find name equal to false, and like we would return empty. So yeah, we
Yeah.
just return. And again I will also like to have remove row table remove row function in the class rather in our main SQL, because removing a row is a functionality of table, not the entire SQL, right?
Yeah.
So here I would like to have remove row, and it will check if the row ID is there, it would remove it
Yeah.
otherwise.
Okay.
And yeah,
So okay.
same with the
Yeah.
select. The select will take table name, row ID, and column ID. If we don't have table name, we would return. It's better to have this, like we are calling this find table. This find table line is we are actually calling it in every API. So it's better if we can write a separate API. So we should not have the duplication of code. So it is one of
Yeah.
the
Okay.
coding principles we should follow. But like I have written it in the production code, I would write in a separate function. So then I would call then again the same. I would ask the table to return me with this row ID and column ID.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
there would be
It
a
it
uh,
makes sense. Okay. I think yeah, you
yeah.
walk me through. So cool. Yeah. How do you think you did on the
Yeah,
interview?
the only issue is like the C++ initialize of static variables. That's where. Otherwise, the code would mostly work. If I would have taken Java or Python,
Yeah. Like, how come you just don't use Python or something you're faster with for the interview?
yeah, actually I do LLD rounds with Python, but like for more data structures, I am comfortable with C++. So I thought it would be a generic coding question, and I
Yeah, because
tried.
usually
Yeah, so
Python is way
mm,
faster.
way
I
way
feel like this
faster.
question, if they gave it to you, they would expect it
Mm,
within 25 minutes implemented,
to
and
run.
then there'll be follow ups and stuff.
Yeah, actually. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's a lesson for me. I should be able to see and get the question if it is. I should take Python or C++ for it. So yeah.
Yeah, I would be just work on like implementing it faster. The main
Mm,
thing, the main feedback would be around some of the object oriented. You weren't following proper encapsulation. So I
mm,
would just make sure to encapsulate some of the variables. So for example,
yeah.
I mean, for SQL, we should definitely be the SQL database should actually definitely be private, and it should only be accessible using the inserts, removes, and like the APIs that
Yeah.
we define on the function. And yeah, I think just understanding how to use static functions, initialize them, and stuff like that.
Mm,
But overall, the code is looking good. I would just say you need to just implement it a lot faster.
yeah.
Um,
Thanks.
you could have you could probably have like tested it more as you went. You kind of written all the code and then now you run it and it's not working at all, right?
Yeah.
So run
It's
it,
difficult to debug. Yeah.
yeah, implement the SQL, make sure that's working, then insert into it, maybe print it out, then select, and then slowly
Mm,
test it out as you go because now that you're doing it, you're trying to figure out what's wrong with it and it's hard to figure out after you wrote all the code already. And
yeah.
yeah, that's pretty much like the code is there. It's just you just took long to implement it, but even though you already knew what to do at the start.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know, like C plus plus in Java is just slow language a lot of times for
Mm,
I would just change it. Well, some people are really fast at it, right?
mm,
So I would suggest like
yeah.
if you want to do interviews in it, you have to get faster with that specific language and make sure you understand the language deeply because you don't want to get slowed down by errors that you can't debug or having to figure out static and things like that,
Mm,
right?
yeah.
So I'll just make sure to just have that on lock. But otherwise, yeah, I think you were able to get to the solution. The main thing is just speed, but speed is one of the most important things in interviews these days. Half the time they don't even give you a hard question anymore. They just want to give you a question and make you solve it really fast.
Got it.
So
Mainly meta, where would
yeah,
have only
exactly.
20 minutes for
You
the
would have
question.
only
Yeah.
got 20 minutes for this one question. They would have moved you on. So
Mm,
are you
makes
timing
sense. Makes
yourself
sense.
when you do interviews? When you do your mocks?
Yeah. Actually, but like for meta, I think meta don't go for such kind of long questions generally.
Yeah,
For like the top 70 questions, I'm able to do it in 10-15 minutes.
nice.
So
But yeah, even this
yeah,
one's long, but
that's fine.
it's not complicated, right? Where
Not
you have like
complicated.
you have the
Yeah.
map and you have the table, the maps, and you
Mm,
just insert it. Like you just it's more just type. It's more. I think what slowed you down is the types you had to add here, and you had to make sure all the types are working, all that
mm,
stuff. Some of the
mm,
error checking was slowing you down. Um,
yeah.
yeah, even one way you could have just assumed that maybe it was just good output and then figured that out after it's working, but
Like if yeah, actually, if I want a just output, right, like I could have encapsulated it in one dictionary, map of string to vector of int. So, but I haven't done that.
mhm. But cool. Thanks for hopping in. Let me
Yeah,
know if you
thanks,
ever want to do another one,
thanks,
but yeah,
thanks.
hop in the.
Yeah,
Thanks for
yeah, like
hopping.
yeah. I will message. Yeah, thank
Cool.
you.
Sounds good. Alpha, you're next. Okay, Alpha is probably giving me
Yeah.
my last one because it's already 12 or sorry 9:19. I'm gonna
Can you
finish
hear
up
me?
Severance. Yo, what's up?
Okay. Okay.
Wait, this guy John CFA is telling me to look at his website. Let's go check it out. What's going on here? Sign in with Google. What is this? This is a long about me section. Wait, let me message him.
Was this cursored up?
Was it vibe coded? Let's see.
I'm guessing so.
I'm not sure if he was vibe coding it. This guy was saying he was actually trying to learn it. Let's see.
I mean, I feel like for stuff like this, like, why would you not, right? Especially if you're not like a tech person.
Well, damn, he has an AI chat.
Oh, really?
Let's see if it
Oh,
works.
interesting. How does he how does he prevent like too many people using it? Because you got to pay for stuff, right? So I feel like adding that and not knowing what you're doing is how you get a bill.
You're crazy, Bill. Recommend. Donate. This guy has a donate button already. Report
First
a
thing,
bug.
donate.
Okay.
Sub to my Patreon.
Log in. Let's see if this works. Oh, what? That works. So you sign in.
Yeah, I think. I mean, obviously with cursor, it could set up auth fast, but if you use like
Nice.
Next.js or something, the auth is really easy.
Yo, this is sick. Okay, he has the auth. He uses Firebase. He has.
Cooking up the comments.
Yeah, I don't know. And then he has some research reports he's building. It's working good. The layout is kind of a little bit weird though, to be honest. Like this navigation here. And then this navigation here I have to scroll. So it's looking good. Just fixed that up a little bit, John. Yeah, he told me, he's like, yo, do a soft.
Gotta spam the AI thing. Well, I guess for the AI thing, you can set like how much money you want to put on it, and then I think it just fails if you hit the limits.
Well, with those OpenAI ones, you prepay, right? I pay $10 for the API, and then it's not like
Yeah,
AWS
and then
just spams you.
I think if you hit the limit, it just like stops working. I believe, yeah.
Yeah, so I think he hard coded some of these ones in there. I'm not sure if it's fetching from a database. Is it HTTPS? Nice. Yo, I was solving this crazy OAuth issue the other day, or this morning, the annoying OAuth issue, because like the website, mine, it doesn't show it. I put it in my OAuth as www, but it's just that works, but it wanted me to remove the www, and that took me forever to find out. So
Did you just
whack.
use like Next.auth, or what did you use?
Yeah, I was using NextAuth
Okay.
for my login. Show you my login.
So what can they log in with? Just like Gmail or whatever, or Google? Google, like Facebook, like that type of stuff?
They
I feel
just
like that's
literally
easiest.
sign in with Google right there.
Okay, yeah.
Google OAuth. Log in.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into it.
All right.
So what did you want to do? Like a more...
No, I'm down to just do some leak codes in Java, dude. I want to see if I get cooked.
Yeah.
Don't need to do object oriented all the time.
No, I'm gonna ask you the same question actually.
Oh
See how
my
fast
God,
you can
no.
solve it.
Don't do it. No.
Let's see.
I need his solution.
Cherry pick 2. All right.
I mean, this is basically like OOP, so can we do something
Oh,
else?
you want to do something else? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
John hopped in the chat. Only to market his website. Let's see.
Yeah, I found some good ways to actually practice the OP stuff. You can just GPT, like, give me some stuff and give it a difficulty and say, like, break it down to steps.
Yeah,
It was
that's
pretty
literally what I do. For all the interview questions, I literally just GPT it. Or whenever you ask me for something, I just try to
Yeah.
GPG.
The only thing is it kept giving me like this library thing, and I was like, all right, I already did the library. Give me something else.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, yeah.
This is the last
Can you
one
give
of
me
the
a link?
day, but we're gonna get back on this tomorrow. We're gonna grind all weekend. Let's see.
Grind all weekend, grind Monday. Monday is a work day.
It's not a work day for me, right? For you too.
I mean, it's not a work
yeah,
day,
yeah,
but it's a
not for
work
you.
day.
Yeah. Are you gonna be grinding on this stuff? I know you're always dropping questions.
Yeah, I'm always grinding, dude. All right.
Okay. I'll do a quick intro. Hey everyone, so today we have Alpha again. You already know who he is, don't have to do much of an introduction. But today we're going to be doing a coding interview, lead code based, and he's just going to do it in Java. So, yeah, Alpha, want to just say why you're doing this stuff in Java?
Yeah, so I just wanted to learn like a static compiled language. Because I already know TypeScript, I feel like knowing like Python or something, I can easily just go to that if I need to. It takes me like 5 minutes. So I was trying to learn something completely different, I guess. Just so I can like have that knowledge. Also, yeah, I guess in the future if I want to like do more, back end or infer that type of stuff. Yeah, like some companies are interested in that kind of stuff, and yeah, I feel like I can kind of have all my bases covered then. Because if they want Python, I do like TypeScript, JavaScript. It's like the same thing. And then if
Yeah.
they want some compiled thing, then I have that as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, I'm just gonna hop straight into the question then. We're gonna try to do 2 questions, and we'll
Alright.
see how fast you can do it. If we still have time, maybe we'll do a third. I don't know. It
Alright.
depends on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I might have to ask the AI assistant for what's it called?
Yeah, go ahead.
Syntax.
This is life these days.
It's life these
So-
days. Okay. Peak element is an element that's strictly greater than its neighbors. Find a peak element. Alright. Runs an n log n, or log n. Okay. Alright. So there's one, it can be one number. Okay.
Yeah, so we're just trying to find any peak element in an array of numbers, and a peak element is a number that's greater than its neighbors. So 3 here is a peak element. It's actually the only peak
Right.
element here. But pretend there
Yeah,
was
I
the
think-
boundaries are negative infinity. So even if we have 5 here, 5 is actually a peak element, and we could actually return 5 too. There's multiple answers. We just need to return any of them. But
Right.
the main constraint, like you could just assume the bounds are negative infinity. And the
Right.
main constraint is that we just want to do this in log of n time.
Right. So, yeah, so I'm just gonna handle like, here, I'll write down kind of quickly what I'll do. So I'll just handle like just to make the code easier, the like one number or the ends are a peak and like some checks. And so if that's the case, I'll just return those. So if it's one number, it'll always be a peak. If the end is a peak, I can just check for that quickly. And then after that, so I think there's guaranteed to be a peak. Like you can't have not a peak if numbers are different. So yeah, guaranteed peak. And then it's just going to be like a binary search of like, if my number is greater than both, return that. Or what are we returning here? Index. If it's, we can compare it to like the left and the right. So if it's like greater than the left, then you can kind of picture it like a mountain. So, like
There's a
mountain
drawing
greater-
order. You can hit this drawing mode too if you want to.
Oh yeah, let me do that. Castle Ridge. Okay, yeah. So basically, like, so it's gonna look one of three things. It's either gonna be a peak, or it's gonna be here, or it's gonna be here. And so I can just compare it to the element like to its left. So if it's like bigger than the element to its left, then it's on this side, which means I need to binary search this way. And if it's smaller than the element to its left, that means the peak is on this side, so I'd binary search the other way. So I just, yeah, basically that's all I would need to do then.
What if you're just on, Like this case or this case?
You're a little bit. Let me zoom out or something.
Or
Wait,
on the
how
side
do I-
here? Oh, you don't see here? You
No,
draw
I'm
it.
trying to. I got it. Okay, so what am I? What am I at?
So-
Try one more time.
Okay, what if you have just a slope like this? That's the input of numbers. It's increasing.
Yeah, so if this is the numbers, then I'm just gonna do checks in the beginning, and I'll just return that because that's the end. So I'm gonna check the ends in the beginning. So then, if it's not in the ends, it has to be in the middle, and then you can't have this case.
You can't have
So
this
it has
case?
to be like this. No, because if it's like strictly increasing, I'm just gonna check if the last number is bigger than the second to last number, and if it is, then that's a peak, and I'm done. Right? Does that make sense? Like if I have like 1, 3, 5, 7, I'm just gonna check the ends in the beginning. So like if this is bigger than this, then this is a peak, and then I'm done. And
Okay.
same thing here. If this is bigger than this, and this is a peak, and I'm done. So it has to be like a mountain.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like we can have the algorithm though just general and not have to check that case. Like what happens if we
I
look at
could,
the
but I'm
middle
gonna
one?
be comparing numbers to like their neighbors, and I don't want to get like out of bounds.
I see.
So I'm only gonna compare the inside part. So that's why I'm gonna do the check for the outside ones first. I mean, yeah, you could probably do it all in one, but it's gonna be like just saving me a lot of time to do the checks ahead of time, and it's not gonna like make it slow or anything.
Okay, go ahead and implement it then.
Okay. So I'll just write this function. So let's actually add the tests first.
Wow, test-driven development.
Yeah, I was trying this. It actually works surprisingly well. So I'm just gonna write the test first, and then I can run it, and then like, yeah, it works very well, to be honest. Okay, so we'll try like what would this call this, like find peak or something. And so we'll try it on just like one number, and it should just return that number. And then we'll try it on a couple more. So we'll try it on this one. Then we'll try it on this one. Okay. And then we'll try it on a sorted array as well. So, like this. All right. Yeah, so now I'm just gonna make this peak. It's gonna take int array nums. So yeah, I'm gonna check for those things that I said. Okay, yeah. So if and I'm gonna assume, I think the constraints it had one or more. So if num's length equals 1, then we can just return that guy. And then we're going to check for the two ends. So if num0 is greater than nums1, return num0. That's the left end. Same thing for the right end. And then the other one. It's 2. So return that one. All right. So now all we have to do is check all the numbers between those, so they can't be the end, and it's guaranteed to be a mountain now. So it's gonna be a lot easier. So we can just say like int left equals 1, right equals num length minus 2, and then just do a binary search. So I think in Java you have to do it this way because you might get overflow depending on constraints.
I usually just do it that way, even in Python.
Yeah, I mean, you can just always do it this way. I feel like it's just a little bit less intuitive than like the half one. So, but yeah, you can do it in this way in every language. Yeah.
In Java, how does it handle divisions if the division is a float? Pretend it does.
Yeah, so it's really nice actually. So if it's an int, it will make everything an int. So it's very convenient. So like this will just be floor divide.
But it takes the floor.
If it was a float, what was that?
It takes the floor.
It takes the floor, yeah, because like the left is an int, the right is an int, so it takes the floor. If one is a double, then it will do a normal divide with no floor. Yeah, so it's actually very convenient, I think. Okay, so if num's pivot is greater than the num's pivot minus 1, and num's pivot greater than num's pivot plus 1. And I think one of the constraints was two numbers can't be the same, so this is the answer then. This is actually wrong, by the way, looking back. So this needs to be 0, 0, and then... Because I think they want the index. All right. So then we have two more cases. So if num's pivot is greater than num's pivot minus 1, that means we're like going up the mountain. So it has to be on the right. And then you can have an else. And I think in Java you need a what's it called? A default return, so we can just have this. Okay, so let's give that a go. See if I messed up any syntax. All right, so 0, so that's correct. 4, yeah, it should be the biggest. Negative 1, so that's not correct. So it should be, yeah, definitely not negative 1 there. Okay, so for the ones that, for the binary search one is not correct, so let's double check why. Oh, okay. It has to be this way, right? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, it's good now. Yeah. Yes, I do find this, like, writing the test ahead of time actually is very useful. Because you know exactly what broke very quickly. So I started doing that.
Nice. Let's see if this...
Obviously, with leak code, it'll give you stuff, but if you don't give me anything, I found it quite good.
Okay, solved it. Quick.
Solved.
Holy. Let's ask it. Here, let me find you another one. Give me a second, let me pause.
Okay.
Are you using ChatGPT, Paul said, or Interview Coder?
Am I using Chat? Yeah, I'm using ChatGPT. I mean, this is like, for a problem like this is literally the same as Python, right? There's like no Java difficulty in here. So, yeah.
Let me find one. Dude, like, I don't know.
I mean, I've done a lot of problems,
you
so
solve
I don't need
problems
to
so
use
fast? Like, we have to ask 4 just to fill up.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Hey man, I'd rather do 4 than some crazy hard one that I gotta think for an hour, so it's fine. This is like the meta type interview, right? They just give you mediums, so that's the goal, be able to do it fast in Java.
Let's see.
I actually want to...
This one's sort of a classic one, but it's important to just make sure you have good recursion, like you're able to handle recursion in Java. But
LCA.
Prompt. And I have extensions if we need it.
All right. I mean, yeah, obviously did this one before, but so with this, so there's a bunch of ways to do it. One is you can like make paths and then you can like compare paths. The better way is let me go to the drawing again.
Here, let's just explain the question first for the viewers. So,
okay, sure.
I'll just write out the example so I have one on
Sounds
code.
good, yeah.
So I mean we're given 3, 2, 1, 6.
Where are you writing, by the way?
Oh, you don't see?
In the drawing,
in the
or?
drawing. Yeah, I'm in the drawing.
Okay, got it. Okay, yeah. No, yeah. Okay.
So,
got it.
We're gonna be given 2 nodes. Pretend we're given 2 nodes. We're gonna be given a P and Q. P and Q.
Mm-hmm.
If we pick 6 and 2 here, the greatest common ancestor is. Oh, this needs to be different.
I believe they should all be like unique or
Distinct,
something.
right? Yeah. As you said,
Yeah, and then I also believe that they are always present in the tree for
Yep,
this one.
Yep. So 6 and
Okay.
2 here. We should return. This is the greatest common or the lowest common ancestor. 3 is an ancestor, but 7 is the one lowest in the tree. Pretend we put 6 and 1 here. What that means is if we did 6 and 1, the lowest common ancestor is 3. So we essentially just need to return the lowest common ancestor between two nodes. It's a classic one, but it might be difficult in Java, and I'm going to extend it.
Sure. Yeah, so as I was saying, so the optimal for this, I think there's something even more optimal, but like the reasonably optimal is you basically like go down until you see a node, and then you return values when you see the node. So you return like how many nodes you've seen that match P and Q. So what that would look like is like you would use any kind of DFS, and then you would basically return. Not yet. I'm just explaining, but I'm gonna draw it right now. So like for this node, you would just return 1 because we've seen like one node that matches P or Q. Here we'd return 0, and then at 7 we'd return like the total of what we've seen, so it'd be 1 again. And then here we'd return 1, and then when we go back here, we're gonna get a 2. And like the first place we hit a 2 is the lowest common ancestor, and so we can just mark that as the node. That's the answer, and then after that we can just like reset this number. So from here we can just return like 0. So there's only going to be one node that we're going to hit a 2. And yeah, basically once we hit a 2, we'll just set our whatever variable to that node, and that's going to be our answer. So let's say if this wasn't 6 and 1, if this was 6 and 2, this would return 1, this would return 1. You'd get a 2 here, so you'd set this node as the answer, and then you'd return 0 up here. 0, 0. So once again, you're only going to hit a 2 in one node. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. And what's it called? So what kind of like DFS is it going to be? What variant?
It doesn't matter. Just any kind of DFS, like left or like in order would be fine. Or actually, you just need any DFS where you visit the children before you check your current node. So I guess that's technically post order. But you can go like right then left or left and right. It doesn't really matter. So I guess it would be post order.
Yeah. If you did with it in order, would it be possible?
No, I don't think so.
Because you
have to visit the root last. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and implement.
Okay. Yeah. This one's going to be a little bit more annoying to write tests for. Do we have a? Yeah, do we have like a tree node, or do you want me to make that as well?
Make the tree node. Yeah, okay. Make the tree node.
All right, so we'll make tree node. And I'm just going to make one that can only have like int values for this case. I'm not going to make like a generic one or anything. So the tree node needs to have a couple things. It needs to have an int. And do I need to worry about making like the value private and all that stuff, or does it not matter?
Yeah, I'll just make it private just because.
Okay, so I can make it private, and then I would need to make setter or getters, I guess, to actually access the values. So it would be like private int val, and then the pointers as well. Okay, so we'd make like a private tree node left, and then private tree node right. And we just need a constructor. I guess these can also actually be final because they never chain. So then we just have a tree node and constructor. It will take a int val, tree node left, tree node right, and then I guess this should be public. I mean, it doesn't really matter because it's going to be in the same class as this. So, but yeah, okay, so this left field may not have been initialized. Okay, yeah, let's see what happens to make it. So this val equals val, this left equals left, this right equals right. Let's see if I have any. Okay, there, we're good there. Okay, now we just need getters for all these things. So public, what is this? Int get val, turn val, and public node get left, turn left, and same for the right.
In Java, there's no way to specify optional, right?
So actually, they can all be null. I think there is an optional, but this can be null, and it will give you null, so it'd still be fine.
Yeah.
So I can declare this thing with like null. I think there is a way to actually do optional though, to like make it more clear. I think there is some stuff. I'm not super familiar with how it works.
Let's see.
But yeah, these can be like it says it's a tree node return, but any object can also be null. So it's like a tree node or null.
Yeah, because none is an object, right?
Yeah. So it works. Yeah, but there's a way to make it more clear where you give it like optional to let the person know like this is pretty likely to be null. Yeah. Okay, so let me get rid of this. Just use the solution guy. Get rid of this. So let's make. Yeah, we'll worry about tests afterwards for this one. I feel like because it's going to be a little bit more difficult because there's trees. So we're going to make a static class called get LCA or something, and it's going to take a tree node root and then a int p int q or something. And yeah, I'm just gonna make these static because they're like in our main thing, so we like don't want to initialize their solution. And I think this returns an int. We're returning like the int, right, where they intersect. I believe.
Yep.
That was the problem. Okay. Yeah. So from here, we need to make a helper function that's going to be also static. DFS tree node. Node int p int q.
Actually, we're gonna return the actual node.
We're not going to return the actual node. We're going to return the we're not going to do it. We can return the actual node. Like, what do you want to do? Do you want to return the actual node?
We want to return the actual node. Yeah, that should be tree node.
Okay, in that case, so what I'm going to do then is I actually need a setter. Yeah, I need a setter then, and this is not going to be. Can I create it? I guess I can get it for. So I need to, in my DFS, I need some way to set like my node to what I found. Like I can't just return because I can't return the node here. So this is actually going to return an int. I can't return the node because I need the ints to figure out like where I have that thing. So I think what I need to do.
Well, here we're gonna be. These should be type tree node. Or wait.
Oh, they should be. Well, even then, it wouldn't really matter. I don't think these are type tree node. I think
on the leak code it is.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, I mean, that doesn't matter. So I still need to, like, this can't return a tree node. This will return an int. But I need to somehow in here, I need somehow in here to set a tree node that I create in here. So I think I can do, like, this tree node res or something, and then I can just make it here, and then I can just pass it down, and then I can set it equal to something else later. I think that'll work. Let's see what happens though. Okay, so what we're gonna do in this DFS is we're basically gonna say like if node equals null, and we can just return 0 because there are no like matches. Okay, now we need the total of like how many matches are there. So if node value equals okay, yeah, so I can just pass down these values, that's fine. So P for node value equals Q. We're gonna increment the total. I think I need to do like a get, right? Because it's private. Okay. Okay, now I need to calculate the left side. So DFS node, I think get left, PQ, DFS node get right, PQ. Okay, so if, or then I can add that to the total. So if this is 2, that means this is my node. So I need to actually pass a 3. Yeah, I don't know if this will work. I know how to make it work for sure, but I'm curious what this is going to do. So what if we do this? So if we say this, then, yeah, so if total equals 2, so we need to set tree node equal to this node. X equals, I don't know if this will work, but we'll see. But I know how to make it work for sure.
I think X is a local variable, so it's just overriding what's in that local
Well,
variable out there.
I don't think it's a local variable because I think it's like an instantiated object. I mean, I guess I could do like a hack, or I could make it like a class variable. Like what I could do is I could, yeah.
So-
but let's see.
How do
Or
you
go ahead, sorry.
return tuples in Java? You do that too.
How do you return tuple? Tuples of different types is going to be kind of a pain.
Like pair? Like have you used pair? Java?
Yeah, I think the easiest way to do it is honestly this. Like, I just make something that's not local, and then I can just pass that down. And then this will work for sure.
That one would work, yeah. Because now
Yeah,
it's
so I just
res
make it
and
like
you
this.
just add.
Yeah, exactly.
But let's try the other one. You thought it would work if we just do the X equals that or res?
Yeah, let's try this. So I know this will work for sure, so there's no need to test that, but let's try the other way, yeah. So tree node, like res. Yeah. So I can make it a new tree node for now because it's going to get overridden anyway. So I can just make it like 0, null, null or something. And let's see what happens if I pass it down or if it complains or anything.
Like
I can also,
like
yeah, this is where I'd ask like this is where I'd ask the AI thing as well. Like, how do I make this thing like update?
Yeah, ask it because I feel like it's just like the same as overriding it.
Mm-hmm.
You can ask it, throw it in the AI assist. Like, does that work?
Well, let me do the rest.
Try.
So,
Yeah.
so why is it complaining here? Method in the type solution is not applicable. Oh, because I need to pass down the X. Okay. Yeah, I'll ask it at the end. So if total equals 2, then X equals this node. So that's just node. And then I just don't want it to ever be 2 again, so I can just return like 0 or something. And then otherwise, I just return the total here. Okay. So, yeah. So I think this will be fine. And then, yeah, I can just do DFS of root, and then p.getVal, u.getVal, and res, and then return res. Okay, so now we need to actually make this tree and test. So let's see. Okay, so
make a very small one too, like just.
Yeah, maybe let's try like just a tree with two nodes or 3 nodes or something.
Yeah.
Or let's try a tree with two nodes. Yeah, so and equals node. Okay, so literally it'll just have like 0. Let's see. Yeah, I think for the sake of testing, can I just change these tree nodes to ints because then it'll be easier? Like I know it'll be exactly the same thing. There's kind of nothing to be gained here.
Well, I'm gonna ask a follow-up question. Is the thing.
Okay, cool. So in that case, let me do. Okay, so here I'll just make like a new tree node here, with value like 5, and then null null, and then this is null. Okay, and then I will want to say like tree node or var p equals new tree node. So this value needs to be 0, null null, and then the var q new tree node. What's the other one? 5. Okay, and then we can go. Or let's do this. Whoops, not that.
Well, we want to compare by reference, or I guess it doesn't really matter. Because you're right
Yeah,
now...
I mean, they're all different, so it's not going to matter. Or I guess we could do, we could do by reference, I guess, if you want to. So here, we should basically get cur, I think, in this case. So we want to say, like, get LCA of cur PQ. So to compare by reference, I think you just do a get equals cur. This method is undefined. Did I misspelled it? Okay. So let's see what this gets. I'm gonna have to debug further. False. Okay, so instead of this, let's do val or get val, just to see like if we're even getting anything. Okay, we're getting 0. So that's this initial value. So let's just make this like this so we know if something happened. Okay. And let's also do a print here. Oops. Just to make sure we're actually doing something here. Looks like we're not. Okay. Yeah, looks like we're not. Because we're basically printing, let's see. We're printing here. And, or are we doing something? No, we are, right? Because it just had the -1. I think that is correct. Yeah, okay. So we are getting to this, and this is node 0, which should be the answer. But then this x equals node is not working. So
like,
basically,
once
yeah.
it leaves here, it goes back, right? Or, let's see.
Yeah,
Res
yeah.
here is not changing just because you passed it in here.
Yeah.
Like if you do the same print after, it's gonna go from like -1 to 0, right? Maybe like you print it out here.
Oh, like res get val or something?
Yeah, it's gonna go back to -1 there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying this isn't working. Yeah, like this what I was saying isn't working for sure. Yeah. I definitely know that like if I just updated its value, it would work, right? Like if I passed it here and I just said x val equals this, but then it wouldn't be the same by reference, right? It would just be the same value.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so let me think what's going on. Oh, because I guess it's just making like the yes. I mean, you never really do these things where like you pass an array and then you just like modify the array to a new array. So I don't know how that works exactly, but yeah, that makes sense that it's not working. So I guess yeah, the alternative is just make an array here, right? Make an empty array and then just add to the array, and that works for sure because you're not changing the reference. You're not changing the address. Where I think this changes the address. Yeah. So I think, do you want to go with that approach then? So instead of this tree node res, we just make an array.
Like what? I think that one's okay too. Just also hacky. Because in Python, we'd probably do this, right? We just return the node.
Yeah.
Like
for sure.
You can do this too in Java. I've interviewed candidates and they did this in Java using the pair API. So they defined that we're gonna have a pair that returns an int and the tree node. So maybe try doing.
So maybe look up.
Yeah, look it up.
I guess I can look up how to do that with AI thing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let me do that.
Because you'll have to do this a lot. I've seen like most candidates, they pull out pair.
No, I'm definitely. Wait, what happened here? So this was, I think. Oh, it's because you were typing in. Okay, I see. So, okay, so here I need to return a pair. So I need to change this thing. So here, I would just say like x equals node, but this doesn't work. Okay, yeah, let me do that. So in this function. Or I guess, let me just... Do I have to copy my code or something? Let me see.
Or just ask like how to use pair like don't copy and paste the whole thing.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
ask how to use
How-
pair and then augment it.
How
do you
can I
use
use
pair?
pair to return a value and a tree node together in my DFS so I don't have to pass this node down? Okay, yeah. No, it definitely works. Let's see.
What is this?
So where's the pair?
Is this
Is it just like an
C++?
import? Oh, yeah. I don't know how that happened. Give me this in Java instead. Yeah, that was weird. Okay, so let's read it. So pair, you can implement pair-like structure. In Java, we don't have a built-in. Okay, well, if it doesn't have a built-in, that's going to be annoying.
Like, okay, how do you ask it? How do you do tuples? How do you just return simple tuples? I'm just curious.
I mean, you can definitely make a class, so that would work for sure. Custom class, abstract. Yeah, I'm not familiar with this. I could have sworn there was a pair, like an actual.
Maybe they removed
Yeah,
it.
so you could do this.
Like
I'm gonna
simple
look that up
tuple.
later. Yeah, so I could like make a class, but I feel like that's gonna take a while. Yeah, so maybe this is something I can like research in my own time, I guess.
Okay, there's map
'Cause,
entry. There's an entry integer node.
Where's that? Where are you seeing that?
Here, I'll point the very last piece.
Okay.
Like, this is the code. See, this is the stuff that makes Java annoying on the interview.
Oh,
So
wait,
you
where'd
can
you
see
write? Oh,
up
this?
here, 21 to 20. So we return an empty
Uh-huh.
tree node. And then from there, you see that?
Okay, public map entry. Oh, I see. It literally makes a new abstract map. That's weird. Yeah. So this is like a key value pair in a map. I mean, this is also kind of hacky, so I don't know if
Right.
this is better, but sure, let's try it. Okay, so integer tree node. So how do you make the entry here? This, I guess. Okay. So this needs to be 0 and like null then. Okay. Then I need to read it. Okay, so left result. Yeah, I feel like this is only difficult if you like go down this approach, which I wouldn't do. Okay, so this is right. Okay, and this is like, how do I access the actual things here? Get key. Oh wow, this is very hacky. Yeah, so this is basically like you're making a key value pair where your key is like the left return and your right is your right return. So this is like, I would argue, like I said, more hacky.
Okay, in Java
than the
they got
other.
rid of it.
Interesting.
What did they do? How do you?
Okay, so in that case, we would return this. Yeah, like I would honestly argue that array is better here. Okay, 0 and add no, what's it called? Node. And then here.
I mean, yeah, like there's multiple different ways. Back when the pair was around.
I know in C++
was fine.
there's a pair because I used it a little bit. Yeah, so total. No. Okay. So then we get rid of this. We get rid of this. Equals.
Oh yeah, both solutions are
Get
good.
rid
I
of this.
just exploring different options.
No, it's fair. Yeah. I mean, it's good to like learn these things just to see if there is something better. Like, there was something pretty clean, then that would. Okay, so now, yeah, get value. Okay. So let's give that a go.
You can remove this X node, right? Oh, that's gonna cause issues.
Yeah. See, I'm gonna remove this thing so I can actually see. Okay, 2 errors. Oh yeah, so I'm calling that guy. And yeah, that's just kind of what I'm spending a lot of time on, just like trying to see if I can write something cleaner. Okay, so this is working. It's 0 now. So I can make like a bigger tree if you want me
Just
to,
make
or
a
we can just say
slightly
it's
bigger
working.
tree. Add a right child to this guy right here.
Sure.
And then just do like 3 and 5. What should that return 0?
I don't think you wrote this correctly, but let's see. 0. Oh, this is the right. Wait. Oh, I see. This is the right child. Yeah, so 0, 3, and 5. 3 and 5. Yeah, it should be 0. And if we try like 0 and 5 or something, then we should get. I mean, they should all get 0.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm doing. Okay, we're gonna This is gonna make this slightly more difficult, but pretend we can have nodes with the same value.
Uh-huh.
How would we solve this question now? Nodes can have the same value. Pretend this is.
So going back to the picture. All right, full screen. I think open a new window. So if we have nodes with the same value, first let's clarify like what we even want here. So let me just pause this. I think you can go here and do DSA or something. Data stroke. Yeah. Okay. Does that work or? Yeah. All right, there we go. Nice. So then, so we have this tree. So if nodes can have the same value, like what do we even want, right? Like let's say we have 5 and 3 here and like 5 and 3 here. Like what are we expected to do? And yeah, like PQ.
Well, we're
like
gonna
5
be
and
given
3.
references. Pretend we're gonna be get reference P. In here.
Uh-huh.
Right? We have. So what's the? Like we're gonna be given.
Oh, I see. So we're not looking for values. We're looking for references now.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it. Okay, so in that case, I think the same value doesn't matter at all. And it's kind of the same thing. So instead of comparing by value, we just need to compare by reference. So like, let's say, we have all these same things, but like the reference might be like here and here. It's still going to be the same thing, right? Like it would just go up the path and it would be this node. So we have to change our function where instead of passing like this int, we have to pass down the actual node. And then we have to just compare by reference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll just modify this real quick. How would we modify this right here, though?
Yeah, so this needs to actually be a node. So maybe we make them first, right? We will like make this first, and then we do, instead of new tree node, we do like P and Q or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So, yeah. And so what we have to modify here is instead of this P get val, this has to be like, these have to be nodes. And then the rest of it's the same. So if null, so now it's not if node, it's just, I think you just do like if you do an exact equals, it will compare by address. So that would basically solve what we need. And I think the rest of it's the same. So I think this should be fine. Let's see if I missed anything. Yeah, okay, cool. We can try something bigger as well.
Wait, what's chat saying? So doesn't it always compare by This is comparing by reference, right? Node P and Q.
Comparing by address, yeah.
But that's the same thing, right? That's what we mean by.
Same thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Because yeah, like that's what we're looking for, right?
Yeah.
So we're looking for it to be the exact same thing. So yeah, in order to compare by like values, you'd have to make you can make a custom function. You can also override the equals function.
Yeah.
Like every object has an equals. You can just override to say like, oh, in order for it to be equal, don't compare by reference, but do val equals val or something or whatever you want.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can make it bigger, but it should be the same.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Nice work. Yeah. Nothing really to say. I feel like just this question would take you like 5 minutes on Python, but it just takes way longer on Java. That's the thing.
I mean, it kind of depends, right? If you're pushing for things that are hard to do in Java, then yes.
Yeah.
But I would argue that this solution is not any better than like an array that I was saying earlier, and then I could have done that very quickly.
Yeah.
So it's like, yes, if you're like, I know Java can't do this, but let's do this, then yes, it will take a very long time.
Yeah. I feel like even without that, like that was only the last 5 minutes.
Uh-huh.
that we were doing that last little
Well-
bit, the map entry.
Well, you
I
also
don't know.
wanted, once again, you wanted some specific stuff. Like, I
Yeah.
couldn't copy a tree node. Like, a lot of times for these problems, I think they just give you the class
That's true.
for free.
Yeah.
And you also wanted, like, private methods and static, like, all the other stuff. So, I mean, I could argue kind of the same thing in Python, right? Like, okay, make this tree node, make everything private, and make getters, and you're not allowed to access the variables. Like, is one longer? Like, you have to write the same exact
that's
stuff,
true.
right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I
yeah.
guess just turning to now we know returning tuples is annoying. Not really possible.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can return a tuple. Like I said, you can make a custom class once I get better at Java. That also doesn't take long. Like, I can make a class called pair where the pair will have, like you can literally just do this, like class pair, and then it can have like int val and
Yeah.
then like tree node or something. And then you can just return that and initialize it, right? So you can just say like pair val, or what's it called? Int val, tree node. And then you just do like this val equals val, this node equals node, and then you can basically just return not return, but you can, instead of returning that tuple or that weird thing, you can just initialize that and return that, and
Yeah.
that's not a lot of code, right? So
That makes sense. Yeah.
yeah,
That would have been fast too. Eventually. No, good work.
Yeah.
Good job with the 2 questions. Yeah,
Thank
know
you.
Java pretty good. I think. Oh yeah. Well, one thing that Java has too is they actually have the tree map. Do they still have that?
Yeah, they definitely
balanced
have a tree
binary
map.
search tree. That one was
Yeah,
cool.
so binary, so that is kind of similar to Python has sorted list. It's pretty rare, but it's also very useful. So sorted list is like it gives you a sorted list for free. So like if you put in items, they'll be sorted. And then you have like login, lookups, login, inserts,
Yeah.
login, whatever you want.
Interesting.
So it makes a lot of problems like super easy, and if you didn't use it, it would be like way harder. So it's like the same thing.
I see. Yeah.
Like
Cool.
I don't know if you've seen that before. There's like a sorted
know.
containers.
I never
There's a sorted
used
containers in Python.
I never used a sorted container in Python. I thought back when I was still in school or doing new grads, I straight up would just switch to. I would switch to Java if I wanted to do.
That.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, sorted container has like sorted list, sorted set, sorted dict, but sorted list is like the same as, yeah. You just need sorted list basically.
Is this
So it's
actually
like
doing a tree map or something underneath? This sorted list?
sorted list? I think so, yeah. You can look it up. You can just
Yeah, look
Google
at it.
sorted containers.
I'm looking at it right
Yeah.
now. Let's see.
Yeah, so you just Google sorted containers. And then it has pretty good docs. I think the second one is the one I used, but yeah, this one also shows. So you could do binary search, you could do insert, you could do lookup, you could do remove, like all that stuff. And they're all log-in because it's like a under the hood tree.
Let's see. So this ChatGPT is. Or let's look it up right here. Is.
Yeah, for some leak code problems, it's definitely like a cheat
way
code.
faster,
So
right?
yeah,
Yeah, I never tried this.
yeah.
It's called sorted containers.
Sorted containers, yeah. So you see the top line from sorted
You
containers,
gotta
import
import it
sorted
though.
list.
You have to pip install it.
No, you don't.
Oh really? The one I'm seeing is pip install.
Well, I think
sorted
in
list.
leak code you can import. I don't know. Maybe it depends. Like you can try in Coderpad, switch to Python, and try it.
Oh,
I think it probably
it's-
depends. Like
Okay,
you might
see,
have to
it's not part of the standard library. That's why I was getting confused. I don't think.
Oh, I see.
It's saying you have to pip install it.
I see.
Cause yeah, I was wondering. I was like, I never knew they had that. Otherwise, I'd never switch. But it looks like.
I know in leak code you don't need to pip install because you can just like import and it works. So maybe it's already imported. I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't know what it is in Coderpad.
Oh, this is cool.
So
Nice. Cool.
Yeah.
This is sick. Good job. Let me know when you want to do more. You're just gonna keep grinding up more Java.
yeah, we can do some more. I can get better. Yeah, I think you can also like the nice thing about it is I can come up with some solutions that kind of like you're not used to because like in Python you do it in one way and you might think like, oh, this way is hard in Java, but it's just because in Java you just have to do it like a different way that was like better for Java, So I'm gonna try to learn more of that.
Yeah, no, that makes
Like
sense.
like the pair thing, for example. Like if I could make a pair quickly, I could have just done that, right?
Yeah.
Instead of doing this key value hack thing.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, do you think that in production the array one would be good though, or not really? Like, you think the
No, I don't
pair
think
one is
so.
probably the best?
I think I would make in production. I think you would just make helper things that you use really commonly. Like I know we have like JavaScript didn't have a lot of stuff, so I know we used like Lodash or something. Like I think JavaScript didn't have like built-in map, built-in whatever. So you just make like helper functions that you use all over the place, and then you can just make like a utils or whatever where pair would be one of them. Like you can just make a generic pair where it takes like two values. Yeah, this thing actually on the right, that this class pair KV thing where you could take any kind of except I probably wouldn't call it like KV or whatever, but yeah, something like that. So
Nice.
I think the array thing is kind of hacking production, but also like when do you have to do this kind of problem in production?
Yeah, you don't have to do this. Yeah.
I would definitely have a cleaner solution in production.
Even one thing that you could do in Python, I don't know if you could do it here, would just defining the public variable.
Yeah, I could have done that. That was the other, but that's also kind of hacky.
Yeah.
Like I could have defined the public variable in the solution class and then just reference that. That would work too. Yeah.
No, there's multiple.
I think I like the pair the most, though, to be honest, out of all of these. Just like make my own pair and use that. That's what I probably would use in production.
Nice. Cool, yeah. Let me know if you ever have to do that in any other question.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah. Cool. Alright. Thanks for coming out for the interview.
No problem. Yeah.
Have a good night.
Okay, cool.
Peace.
Yeah, see ya.
Nice. Alright, we'll be back streaming tomorrow. Alpha, thanks for pulling up. That video is dropping. This guy's getting real good at Java. Yeah, this guy's getting real good with Java generic. Yeah, you turn this into generic. What is this? What's the way we did it right here? Oh, we just get the value? Yeah, it's kind of messed up. This is kind of a hack. Because we're saying we're doing like 0 and node here. Yeah, this is probably the best solution. Yeah, I see. No, it's interesting stuff. It's interesting. It's cool though. It's just interesting because in Python you could just straight like freestyle everything, but now this one you really have to declare types. Then you have to do this in order to make the type actually match the return here. But yeah. Alright, thanks for coming out. That was a good session. How long was that? Almost 5 hours? Yeah, exactly. But then, yeah, you have to do more trade-offs. Yeah, you can do anything. Holy crap. Now I'm gonna let it run for 5 more minutes. Yeah, and Alpha, sorry if I kept pushing it a certain way. Usually I don't do that. But what's it called? Yeah, next time I'll let you freestyle it too. I don't know why I was like asking for a specific pair. Because usually I saw people back in the days when I would run interviews use pairs. No, don't worry. You're different though. Some people can't, like, you're fast with Java. I feel like you could do it fast in Java because you don't even need to figure out the algorithm. So imagine you had to figure out the algorithm and the typing. I don't know. I feel like that would make it worse, but like for these ones, you don't even have to figure out the algorithm. You just straight already know. Like you're already good at the algorithm, but pretend somebody was brand new and had to think about the algorithm, then they ran into some type issue. They're gonna be cooked. Like Alpha, you saw the last guy. He did good. He kind of knew the solution, but just implementing it in. But yeah. Nah, let's see. Alpha, you team Java now? You like Java over Python? Like, what's your favorite language now? Who are you going with? Yo, have you tried to make like a web server in Java yet? No, rank them right now, Alpha. Be like Python or Java or JavaScript. Yeah, I like TypeScript too. Do you just use Python only for coding interviews? I see. Why do you like why do you choose Python only for coding interviews? Like why didn't you just use like have you tried JavaScript or TypeScript and it just didn't work out? Because I don't want to do work stuff in it. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have the data structures that you need, right? I feel like the worst thing about JavaScript is it doesn't have a heap. And the heap, when you start doing any, anything, when you get deep, no heap. Q is n squared? Is the Q n squared? Yeah, no sorted containers. Yeah, I had friends who were really good. Even left shift is OVN? That's crazy. Bro, I didn't know that. People would always... Or shift in JavaScript. That's so funny. I did not know that. This is so funny. Wow. Yeah, JavaScript. I had friends who were really good at JavaScript. They're pretty good coders, full stack coders. But I always tell them to just use a different language for coding interviews because yeah, you can probably make a custom queue, but that's so annoying in a coding interview. But yo, thanks for everyone hopping on. Alpha, thanks for grinding through all this Java. You're getting really good at Java. And I'm learning a lot just watching you do the Java. I don't even really do Java. I don't know if I'll ever do Java in my interviews or sorry, in my jobs because most jobs are doing C++, but hell yeah. All right, have a good night. Peace out. Thanks for hopping on. Appreciate y'all like always. Good night. Have a good night. Happy Saturday and long weekend.